Shut up and sit down.
It's race day for the ChampCar iRacing Series final special endurance event of the year, the 4.5 hours of Laguna Seca. Prizes are on offer for the winning team and also the championship long winning team, plus hopefully 4.5 hours of great endurance sports car racing on iRacing to close out the year for the ChampCar iRacing Series. We're at Laguna Seca, and the car for this race is the modern spec MX-5 Cup car, one you very well might see on the roads around California. We're going to see plenty of them on the track at Laguna Seca when racing kicks off here. The drivers and teams just getting into qualifying before they'll then get into the 4.5 hour race. You will see every minute of it here on HJBC and our channels. David Haynes here with Devin Peters as we just look at where the conditions sit right now for Laguna Seca. Devin, those are going to change.
Yeah, we're going to be jumping around today a little bit. Right now we're in qualifying. It's the evening. And for the race today, we're going to be starting bright and early in the morning, going from dark into light. The different weather conditions will pose a little bit of a challenge for our drivers today, I expect. It's a cold track out there. The cars are pulling hard, and the tires are taking their time to warm up. So as we're in this early phase of the qualifying session, expecting that our drivers will be looking to get some heat in those tires and maybe looking for someone that they can borrow a draft off of. 72. So, go ahead.
Let's introduce ourselves to all of our teams. I think try to run it through in some kind of order, because we do have a pretty nice turnout. This is an incredibly popular race car. It's free base iRacing content. Every iRacing member has this car. Every iRacing member has Laguna Seca. Could have registered earlier in the week on the cheapest account promo you find, and you would have this car, this track. So at the top of the board at the moment in the 000 Spinny Boys Gold, they've been a team that's been present at every one of our 4 iRacing endurance races this year, and they've brought more than one car to Laguna Seca. They've also got the 00 Spinny Boys Green, and also the number 3 Spinny Boys Yellow. So green, gold, and yellow, 3 sets of Spinny Boys. I guess that's 3 good chances for them in this race. Some of the other teams will cycle through out there as well, like Drivetrainer Motorsports. They've been very, very successful, but also present across all of the different iRacing races this year. And so they've got the number 25 car in their traditional green and black stripe. Here's 212 Racing. No surprises on the number there. In the 212, they've got a 3-driver lineup of Matt Z, Pavel Kaska, and Andrew Rasmussen. Looks like Matt Z is doing the qualifying at the moment, but there's no restriction on who qualifies or who starts the race. They can change qualifying driver during the session if they want to. Dude, there's my Miata is the answer to Dude, Where's My Car. Ray Lombardi is in that one, doing qualifying duties at the moment with his teammate Alexander Miljevic.
An interesting team history on that one. We'll get into it a little bit later.
4.5 hours and a little more to get there. Foxtrot Racing atop of the board in qualifying at the moment, and it looks like Nancy Fox is doing the qualifying at the moment, but we've seen Jordan Johnson in a different team earlier in the year, and I think they were successful on at least one occasion there as well. Jordan Johnson's also taken some wins in the regular season 1-hour sprint races in the ChampCar iRacing Series this year, so that might be a formidable combination to keep our eyes on in the number 42. Elsewhere through the field, Box 5 Motorsports Scarlet, Sean Fitzgerald is teamed up with Logan Frey and Ishmael Ublal? Kubal? Something like that. 4.5 hours for us to work that one out as well for Box 5 Motorsport Scarlet, as they demonstrate one of the most known, most well-beloved, most famous features of Laguna Seca Raceway, kicking out the tail a little bit as they go over the crest at the famous corkscrew corner.
Yeah, Ismail didn't give us any suggestions on how to pronounce it, so we'll just we'll just give it a shot. Sennheiser Racing Team, not to be confused with Sennheiser Racing Team, though the
I wouldn't confuse them. I'm more of an Audio Technica guy.
But they're showing up today. They're a real-world team racing a 1999 Miata, a little bit newer hardware for them today.
Boomer Tech Racing. Joe Krasminski's in the car at the moment, and he's teamed up with Johnny Wall, two-driver lineup here. They have maybe found a little bit of wall somewhere in this qualifying session. Almost every other car's looking pretty damn pristine. This one has had just a little tweak to the front, and no time's been set by them yet in this qualifying session. That's the number 5 car.
Joe has the unique distinction of being the engineer behind Tesla's swag. So we'll see if there's any advantage there.
That is the most California sentence I think I've heard today, so maybe they're in the right place.
Hear, hear.
Alfa Velocita. Now, that's the team, actually, that Jordan Johnson was with in one of the previous races. I see Joshua Soto. Who else are we going to see in the 07?
Right now, it says he's got no teammate on the grid, and in the registration form, also no teammate. So this is maybe just a fun entry. That's what he said in his sign-up sheet. He'll give us someone to race with, but I think he's going to finish with a DNF today.
Okay. Joshua Soto leading the Sprint Championship points at the moment again. Another driver can be mighty, mighty quick. And, yeah, we've already looked at Foxtrot Racing, so I think we've worked our way through all of the field so far. We have. Foxtrot Racing remain at the top of qualifying with 11 minutes left. Theoretically, the track is cooling off a little bit as we go here, so you will want to push all the way to the end of this qualifying session.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out Boomer Tech Racing, about 10 minutes into this qualifying session now, and they've got a very authentic looking Miata for the ChampCar series. Little bent up hood, a little funky looking bumper, you know. They've gone off somewhere and beat the thing up, but they're out there trying to put in some laps. Joe and Jamie, pretty experienced real world drivers. I'm not sure they've got as much experience in the simulator, but out here having a good time today.
Now, I'd wager a lot of our viewers will be cheering on a friend or a teammate or anything like that. And if you are, and you want to keep up with everything that they're doing across today's race, hjbc.live has our live timing, and does give you a little bit of an indication during a qualifying session like this. Are they up on a lap? Are they on a coasting lap? Where do they currently sit in the timing? And so there are plenty of cars out there still improving. That's always a characteristic of this tyre, that first lap's not the fastest lap. Third lap's probably not even the fastest lap around Laguna Seca. It might be closer to the fourth or something like that. So there's plenty of improvement still happening across the times, with Foxtrot Racing up the top. Alfa Velocita went to second. Box 5 Motorsports are in third. Spinny Boys Gold in fourth, and Drive Trainer Motorsport in fifth. Knowing some of those guys like we do, I suspect there is a little bit of a rivalry between the three Spinny Boys cars.
Yeah, always a little bit of glory on the line when you're racing against the buddies, right? I'm actually watching the Spinny Boys Gold car. They've gone and put a purple sector in sector number 2 as they're climbing the hill here today.
Yeah, they sure have. Tyler Agostino is doing the qualifying at the moment in the 000. Now, the 000 is the emergency number in Australia, equivalent to 911. So
was Omen.
I don't know what way that's going to go, but certainly they're the quickest of their three teammates. They're sitting fourth at the moment. They had a bit of a slide coming out of the final corner there. Chance for Tyler to improve here from a 1:37.1. What is the time? It is good enough to improve a spot because it's a 1:36.9, moves them ahead of Box 5 Motorsports Scarlet, who aren't improving on this lap. So Spinny Boys Gold go up a spot with that qualifying effort.
Yeah, a good lap from them. It's quieting it down a bit as we get deeper into this qualifying session. 7 minutes to go. Things are settling down. Foxtrot Racing's just come across again. Hasn't improved this time, but still setting fast laps. Nancy and their other half, that's Jordan in the car with them racing, are teammates of opportunity. I don't think they've raced together before this weekend. Both pretty quick and proficient drivers though. Nancy north of 5,000 iRating.
I have a feeling like they'd never spoken to each other before about 2 days ago as well. So that's that can be the ChampCar experience sometimes. I've had that. Oh, Joshua Soto at the moment in the background there off the final corner. That's ended very much like that infinitely famous ALMS clip on YouTube. He has kept it out the wall. Like, unlike
the Corvette
Bergmeister in a Flying Lizard Porsche GT2 and Jan Magnussen in the Corvette GT2.
I think I think you got that right. Hopefully we won't have one of those today. Worth talking a little bit about the rules for the race today. It'll be an uninterrupted 4.5-hour race unless we have a driver go off track and wreck it. If that happens, we'll have the safety cars out there today, bunching the field up and keeping all our virtual drivers safe. Adding a little bit of a pit strategy to the race as well today. Drivers will need to pit several times over the course of the race. These Mazda Miata fuel tanks can only hold so much, And we do expect that they'll be taking some tires as well. They're free in the virtual world, though they might not be free in the lap time. This tire model in particular can mean that those cold tires are a little bit of a handful. So deciding when to take your tires strategically will be a factor today for our drivers. And as we are watching, we'll get this grid set and then have them underway. Damage is of course on and real. No auto repairing damage here in the simulator. We do have 2 fast repairs available for our drivers though, and that just allows folks to stay in the race. Quickly repairing, deciding when to use those will be a strategic choice as well.
Be awkward though for some of the 3 driver teams though, because if the first guy wrecks it, uses up a fast repair, second guy wrecks it, uses up a fast repair, the third guy's got no lives to play with.
Mm-hmm. And there'll also be some penalties on the line if drivers are cutting the course today. So we've got a 50 incident limit for cut tracks and contacts, stuff like that, and then black flags every 20 incidents after that. It can be easy to accumulate incidents around here when you're really pushing around Laguna Seca, if you're not careful around the corkscrew, that sort of thing. So could also be a factor as well. We definitely saw some drivers accumulating incidents during the warm-up phase. We'll see if that continues once we get into the race.
So as you can see, only 3.5 minutes left of qualifying at the moment. Not a whole lot of change up the top of the field. Track temperatures remained the same though, so there's every chance to put a different set of tyres on and go for it. Dude, there's my Miata are improving with Alexander Milijevic, but I think they've just gone off the track in the penultimate corner. And of course, for a qualifying lap to count, you have to stay within the white lines.
That was a quick one too.
Yeah. Does it say what it is that didn't count?
It looks like a 138.007. But green sectors in 4 or 5 before that issue in the last one. 212 Racing is out there looking a little bit quick too here at the end. They've set a purple sector on their last sector to end the last lap and a green one to start the second. Good looking car, that one.
We saw one of the Spinny Boys cars go ahead of Box 5 Motorsport Scarlet for third place. Box 5 have gone back ahead, but yeah, definitely improving right now. Matt Z in 212 Racing, 10th at the moment of 13 cars, but good through most of the laps so far. You take a little bit more of the corkscrew if you're going for pole position though. Oh, that's off track for Box 5. So they're not going to improve from third on that lap. And I dare put to you, probably only got one more lap left in this qualifying session as well.
Yeah, they're doing the good thing and letting Joe Krasminski and Boomer Tech Racing come flying by. Boomer Tech's hit the pit lane and fixed that hood up. So they come to the line this time. Decent lap for them. Not sure it'll be an improvement. 212's come across the line. Hasn't managed to put an improvement up either. Track is cooling as we're going through this session, as you mentioned, so it is still possible to put a good time up there.
Subtle improvement just there for the 112. This will be their final lap of qualifying. Alpha Velocita look like they're on a hot one at the moment. Foxtrot Racing are in the pit lane. Their qualifying's done. Alpha Velocita, purple sectors, all personal best sectors, crossing the line, and
not quite enough.
Not quite enough, is it?
Yeah, it goes faster, but I think had an incident point in the corkscrew, unfortunately for him. So that's that one's not going to count. Would have been a quick one though.
Absolutely would have been. It was all personal best sectors all the way through. Only needed to find about a tenth and a little bit of a second to go to the top of qualifying.
Ooh, Boomer Tech Racing has a little spin there. Nearly rejoins in front of Sean Fitzgerald in that Box 5 car. But I think other than a scary moment, I think Box 5 was able to carry on.
That was sideways on the way in, sideways on the way out. And but for the grace of God and a little bit of timing, Box 5 get through just before the boom gates close on that crossing.
And Box 5's coming to the line. Not going to be improving on this one, but got to feel good about qualifying third overall for the race. It's an endurance race course, but it's always nice to be a little bit clear of the melee. These Mazda Miatas are definitely capable of producing that. And we're following that Drivetrainer Motorsport now as they come through the back half of their lap. Personal best sector through the corkscrew. Hasn't been an amazing lap the rest of the way around, but not too far off either. They'd like to get themselves out of 8th place. Doesn't run it super wide. That AstroTurf is available now if you like to go out there, but it does cost you a little bit of time if you spin the wheels. Good lap. 37.3 though, not quite going to be enough to improve that 37.2 they set earlier.
So with the checkered flag out on the end of qualifying, drivers on their laps are going to be able to complete them, but there's only a small handful of drivers left on track at the moment. Logan Sennhauser for Sennhauser Racing Team is one of them. Here is the Box 5 Motorsport car, Sean Fitzgerald. So I've actually seen quite a few teams change their qualifying driver around in this session, and you know, maybe you get to call rank on what stints you run if you're the driver who qualified the car up top. They're going to practice that pit entry. That's good. You're going to need that during the race, and it's a tight one. Ask Romain Grosjean and Alexander Rossi.
You're here. Yeah, you wouldn't be the first driver, but you would be the most shamed one today if you crash it.
Indeed, Sennheiser Racing Team also doing the same, so no one out there improving, qualifying almost done. 20 seconds left before they call it complete regardless, but no one is going to disrupt the order, which is going to be Foxtrot Racing, Nancy Fox and Jordan Johnson on pole position from Alfa Velocita, Box 5 Motorsport Scarlet, and Sean Fitzgerald in third, Spinny Boys Gold in fourth, Spinny Boys Green in fifth, Dude, There's My Miata in sixth, Spinny Boys Yellow in seventh, Drivetrainer Motorsports 8th, Heartland Autosports Glitch in 9th, 212 Racing in 10th, and then Sennheiser Racing Team, Boomertech Racing, and Heartland Autosport. If you're looking in the background there, Devon, the time just accelerated from the late afternoon that they were qualifying in to a beautiful sunrise. Now, on the west coast, Devon, sun rises over the mountains.
Yeah, around 7 a.m. local time now. No one had to go to sleep for the race.
You ever seen the sunset over the beach? I've never seen the sunset over the beach because I've never been to Australia's west coast.
Huh? Oh, yeah. I've seen it down in Mexico. It's a beautiful sight, to tell you that. Not a lot of beaches near where I'm from, to be fair. To be fair. But yeah, we see the cars gridding up. We got the iRacing generic sedan going to be leading the way. And it looks like most of our drivers are taking the grid. I wonder if we'll see any pit starters today. Boomertech Racing hasn't, and 212 both haven't taken the grid yet, but it's always a bit dicey in these early laps, right? And if you want to win a 4-hour race, you need to win the whole way through.
So this will, as they start the formation lap, also clue us in on which driver is starting each car, because no requirement at all that the driver who did qualifying be the driver who start the race. And in fact, you can make a lot of sense out of it maybe being the other way around, being the best way to do it. That's sort of commonly the done thing. So on track right now, it's looking like it's Nancy Fox in the pole-sitting Foxtrot Racing car, Joshua Soto, of course, in Alfa Velocita, Sean Fitzgerald in Box 5 Motorsports Scarlet, Tyler Agostino's got into Spinny Boys Gold, Ron Wolf into Spinny Boys Green, Ray Lombardi's in Dude, There's My Miata, Carl Smith's in Spinny Boys Yellow, and Carl Robertson in Drivetrainer Motorsport, Brett Marshall in Heartland Autosports, Matt Z in 212 Racing, Logan Sennheiser in Sennheiser Racing Team, Joe Krasminski in Boomertech Racing, but I'm not sure that car actually did take the grid, and Dakota Knapp in the Heartland Autosport car. They're on the formation lap. The headlights are on, but in not too long, the sun will peak over the mountains, shine on Laguna Seca, and get 4.5 hours of racing underway.
Boomertech did take the grid, so we've got 13 to 13 out there to start. Seeing a little bit of weaving deep in the field as the cars try to put some pressure in it, though a little bit less than I would have expected up front.
It is the coldest track temperature we've seen yet. Of course it is. It's just pre-dawn on race morning. So as you see there, 65 in the air, 65 on the track. Tyres start mighty, mighty cold. This first lap is going to be difficult. Laguna Seca is an unforgiving race track as well. Dust and sand off the racing line. You can get in too hot to the Andretti hairpin at the start of the lap. You've got the Ray Hall straight uphill where they're just going at the moment. The corner that leads you into there. So tempting to get wide. So easy to hit too much of the curb. And then, of course, famous of them all, the corkscrew corner. You drop about 5 stories of elevation, it seems, in a moment and just a matter of seconds. And one of the places that teams could start in 4.5 hours of racing, really racking up some incident points. Once they go past 50, they're in for a drive-through. You don't need to just be quick. You've got to be clean as well. It's 4.5 hours on the clock as the pace car pulls to pit entry. Nancy Fox and Foxtrot Racing lead the way out of the final corner. Green flag to wave in just a second for the ChampCar iRacing Series. 4.5 hours of Laguna Seca. It's green and we go, and it is a really oh my gosh.
A bad start.
Really tight start.
Yeah, we saw Spinny Boys lose a spot early to Brett Marshall up the inside in that Heartland Autosports car, who timed it really nicely. We went on the green lights turning on, so as soon as the call was
already,
there,
that's Drivetrainer Motorsports around on the exit of the Andretti hairpin.
Yeah, they got tagged by the Heartland Autosports car. They managed to keep it off the wall, though, and continue on. No damage. So they'll just have to make up the lost time. Off track again as they go to recover. I wonder if the toe is out of the rear of that car, or if that's just the cold tires catching them out. Had a few drivers off on the exit a little farther up as well, but otherwise things have carried on.
Up front here, Box 5 Motorsports have gotten past Alpha Velocita into second place, but they're all off the road. And that's one of the places I was talking about. So easy to go off the road there, get an incident point uphill here on the Rahal Straight. You lose out big time. Velocita go back in a second. Spinny Boys Gold now up in a third. And then their green car in fourth. We go through the corkscrew tires, still cold for everyone. It's dark out there. We're starting this racing off, and for a couple of teams, it's not been that race start that they're after. In third place is around, and there's friendly fire between the Spinny Boys.
Yeah, Spinny Boys Gold got it wrong coming on the exit. These cold tires are really catching these drivers out. We got more people off up ahead. Spinny Boys Gold is around, though, and gets tagged by the team car behind. Loses a bumper in the process, and we'll see if they're going to take the repair. It looks like they're not going to just yet. But they're too wide down the front straightaway because everyone is all over the place as we carry on.
A big winner out of all of this is Heartland Autosports Glitch. They were up into third for a moment, but then you see this group here, they'll drop back behind Box 5 Motorsports and Spinny Boys Green. And we got another little bit of a check up there through the hairpin as 212 Racing get to the rear of Boomertech Racing. So it has started off not looking like a 4.5 hour endurance race. No one's driving like they've got to share this car with someone else and give it back without a scratch. And there's a move on for the lead here as well, as Joshua Soto's going around the outside of Nancy Fox and Foxtrot Racing and through to the lead here. But the switchback is on. The switchback is real, now heading back up the hill with Nancy Fox to the inside. He can't go around the outside here. But the switchback happens once again, and now Joshua Soto with more momentum heading up the hill, looking for the inside of the corkscrew. We're side-by-side racing, 3 corners in a row up front to the inside of the corkscrew, parking it in the middle there, but having a wiggly, tail-happy moment. No downforce on a car like this, no rear wing. When it goes over the crest, it gets light, and when it gets light, it wiggles. But Joshua Soto leads the race for the moment. It's all been happening all through the field so far. Biggest mover of that race start. It's Heartland Autosports Glitch, 4 positions gained, but also Boomertech Racing have gained 4 from 12th place up into 8th as they stayed on track and many others didn't.
Yeah, got a little spicy there at the start, and it's continuing on. They're too wide again at the front as we head down to the first turn. Nancy's taking the outside line, trying to use that extra width to her advantage as she goes around the hairpin. Oh, but gets a little bit loose. Cold tires still underneath these cars, but they're getting warmer. Guess the guys are starting to look a little more in control. It's mixed up the field a little bit too. We're seeing Tyler Agostino with the Spinny Boys Gold having to make a move up the inside of Matt Z and 212 Racing. Tyler's kind of out of position back there in 11th place after that contact between himself and the team car.
And back up front, Sean Fitzgerald was having a look for second place here. Spinny Boys Green's come a bit closer, and who's that around at the bottom of the hill, dropping backwards? Boomertech Racing, all of those positions gained. They're now back into 12th, 13th place is coming towards them as well. And they've done it, just getting that big red curb.
Yeah, easy to do. These sausage curbs around here are really punishing, even in a Miata with a little bit of ground clearance. Joe, accustomed to driving a Porsche, you'd think he'd be able to handle the rear end waggling a little bit, but it gets away from him there.
This is the leaders for the moment. I know it'll change in a second. Foxtrot Racing haven't had a clean lap yet. They've completed 3, so they've had at least 3 incident points in the opening 3 laps. That lap, it counts. They all counted in a racing sense. It's very much like a Formula One lap time deleted in a practice session. Like, what does that mean? It's just a reminder that would count for a strike in the race or a lap time deleted in qualifying. In this case, it just lets us know that there was an off track somewhere around some of those laps.
Yeah, that Foxtrot Racing car has already got a couple incident points that we can see. I'm seeing our high score right now is the Drive Trainer Motorsports guys who have 7 incidents through the first 4 laps. I think a little bit of contact contributed to that. Field getting a little strung out. We got the top 3 battling, and then we got another little battle for 8th place. And what I'm seeing behind up the hill is Kyle Smith in the Spinny Boys car having to fend off Ray Lombardi for Dude There's My Miata as they're heading into the corkscrew. Wouldn't call it weaving, but definitely some strategic positioning under the braking from Kyle there to make sure that that Ray didn't have a run on him. Ray, of course, races with the Spec 5 World Tour Series. We got a few of their drivers in the grid today. Another series that we broadcast here on HJBC.
For the race lead, side by side as they go over the crest of what the circuit officially calls turn 1 into what they officially call turn 2, but you can always call the Andretti hairpin. And as the leaders go side by side, Sean Fitzgerald really closes in on them. Joshua Soto, I think, holds on to that race lead for the moment, but sure is a little spicy up front here. Spinning Boys green car in 4th isn't too far away from this either. It's 137s for this leading 3 cars last lap. Everyone else lapping in the 138s though.
Yeah, Sean is a guy with a resume of his own for sure. He's only been sim racing about 5 years, but he's done it all. Started on Forza, spent some time on Assetto Corsa doing Formula One, and now we find him here in iRacing, putting those skills to the test.
Maybe that corner there, one of the most challenging on the circuit because the track limits are so unforgiving, but you've got to carry every little bit of speed as you then go up the hill. 1 mile an hour really, really feels like it matters as the car chugs uphill towards the braking zone of the corkscrew. Bit wide for Nancy Fox, Sean Fitzgerald. Sometimes you can try to make a pass into the final corner here. I think in a longer race, you're thinking more about passing down into the Andretti hairpin.
Yeah, it's easiest to get it done there. That's where you'd like to do it. A little bit of a run here for Sean. Everyone very careful to defend that inside line.
Very, very careful indeed. And Box 5 Motorsports can't really go around the outside there. Elsewhere, looks like Ray Lombardi has gotten past Spinny Boys yellow for 5th.
Yep, so one Spinny Boys. I was going to say, yeah, they're 4th now, I think, up the grid. But, yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah, sorry. Ray passes Spinny Boys yellow for 5th, and now he's got a sight set on Spinny Boys green ahead. That's how it's going.
Up the hill again we go with the leaders. Joshua Soto's got half a second on the red machine of Foxtrot Racing. Box 5 Motorsports, Scarlett 3rd at the moment. Very brave with the braking into the corkscrew. And I think that tree must have grown since we planted our camera position.
It is possible.
Get on Wikipedia and look up dendrochronology, Devon. It's fascinating stuff.
Maybe an hour 3. Ooh.
Fair. No, that's fair. Save that kind of insight and archaeology for for deeper into this 4.5-hour endurance race. Can you believe it's only been 10 minutes? Because I feel like we've seen the first hour of action already happen.
Yeah, it's been going hard out there. I was just following along with Ron Wolf and the Spinny Boys as he was coming through the back half of the track, really hammered that sausage curb on the inside of the second to last corner there, the right-hander, and he sent the car up in the air on two wheels. It was a big impact. I wonder if the car's still handling, but he's not shying away from those sausage curbs.
And they lost the front bumper against their teammates Spinny Boys Gold on the opening lap, didn't they? So was it damaged then and dislodged off the curb now, or that was lost earlier on?
Lost earlier on, but yeah, I got to think that car is not at 100%. Honestly, pretty impressive the pace that he's been able to maintain these last few laps, averaging around a 38.5 with the damage that's on that car.
Is being caught, it feels like pretty quickly here. Ray Lombardi's right at his rear bumper. That's the bumper that he's still got. And it's allowing Kyle Smith to come along as well. So three-way fight for the win, three-way fight for fourth, two-way fight for 8th, 9th and 10th. And how about Boomer Tech Racing after their spin, coming back at 2-1-2 Racing? That's the tail of the field, all cars still running. The only person not having a bit of a race is Heartland Autosports, Dakota Knapp, but that could still happen because they were only just up the road from 2-1-2 Racing and Boomer Tech, and it looks like they were a bit quicker on the last lap as well. Yeah, he's looking racy back there, is Joe. Gets a good line through the final corner. We'll see if he's able to turn that into a run. Not quite enough there, I think, this time. So we haven't spoken about it on air yet, but of course this is the ChampCar iRacing Endurance Series, and so we are happy to be able to offer a couple prizes to folks out there today. We've got $150 on the line for the race winner. We also have $150 on the line for the overall points winner, and so it looks like two cars are particularly close to that points championship. We've got Drive Trainer Motorsports, who's currently running in 10th, and then we have the Spinny Boys, and that'll be the gold team that I believe is counting. Yeah, the gold team that's counting as their points entry as well. So the battle between the gold team and the Drive Trainer team is going to be one to watch as well, and they're kind of all in the same vicinity right now as they go through the corkscrew. But they'll have their sights set on each other, the gold car out front and the green car at the back of that pack. Whichever one wins out of the two of them is probably going to be the one that takes the points championship home, you'd think. But it'll depend on what the exact finishing positions are. We'll keep up to date with that as we go on. This is a model car always known for producing some pretty close racing, and Ray Lombardi round the outside of the hairpin. Tough spot to be, not looking like he's found a whole lot of grip there. I think he was well up as they came into the corner, but he wasn't down the inside, so he stays behind Ron Wolf in the Spinny Boys green. I gave you a little tidbit fact about the 000 earlier in the race. As we look at the race lead, my next tidbit's going to have to wait. Foxtrot Racing are out front of Joshua Soto, who gives them just a little bit of a bump, and it's 3 cars for the lead within 3 car lengths at the moment as they then head up the Rahal straight. Soto has to look what's going to be the outside for the corkscrew. Sean Fitzgerald drops a couple car lengths back. Maybe he expects some fireworks at the top of the hill. Too wide, dropping down the hill. Not how we normally see it, not how it normally goes, and we're back to 3 cars and 3 car lengths once again. Couldn't squeeze another MX-5 in there.
Whew, that was spicy moves here. Someone tell Josh there's 4 hours and 15 minutes left. They're definitely
someone genuinely might have to tell him.
Yeah, they're not chilling out up here at the front. think Sean's right where he wants to be. Fuel is always a concern, and if you can get into a rhythm and stay attached to the front, so it's a good place for him to be. Nancy dives late up the inside here, going into one. Has to break real early though because of how tight the corner entry is, and Josh is going to hold on to it. They're having fun.
Sure are. The 3 for the lead there. Now we've seen Ray Lombardi get past Ron Wolf. Maybe a slightly damaged Spinny Boys green car there. Maybe picked up a little bit of understeer, even without a big front splitter on your car. I think the bumper helps the front not drag too much. I think it's designed with some level of aerodynamics in mind, but he'll now have a little bit of a slipstream behind Ray Lombardi that might be able to help him. And there's Kyle Smith, now the Spinny Boys car, catching up as well. Now, fastest car on track last lap was then Spinny Boys Gold. This car back in 7th place. They looked to be the quickest of the Spinny Boys cars. They definitely were in qualifying, but they weren't the safest on that opening lap. They dropped basically to the back at that point, except maybe bar Drivetrainer Motorsports, who spun in the first hairpin. But now they're coming back through the field into 7th, only a couple seconds behind a battle 5th, 6th and 7th.
Yep, it's an interesting drive for them, having to do a bit of a recovery drive now. Kind of interested to see what transpires when Spinny Boys Gold catches back up to the teammates. I'm sure there'll be no hard feelings, but he's definitely driving it down and cutting down that gap as he goes lap by lap. We're watching a replay here. Oh, Heartland Autosports had a big one going into turn number 1, and they were able, luckily, to get caught by that gravel trap. That was a bit of a dramatic moment for them. Not sure exactly what would have caused that. Looked like maybe just a little bit of a lack of focus. Anyway,
this is up front with Joshua Soto leading from Foxtrot Racing and Box 5 Motorsport Scarlet. There is only one Box 5 Motorsports, but they want us to know that they're Scarlet.
Good to know.
That final corner, you can get tempted to run out a little wide there, but again, incident points. 50 will come up very quickly in 4.5 hours if you're not careful. The leader is now racing lap 12, and at the pace they're going, there'll probably be another 150 laps or so in this race. Laguna Seca is just underneath 2.5 miles, almost 2.2 miles. The laps around here are very, very quick, even in ND Miata, the current global MX-5 Cup car, because we're seeing lap times at about 1:37 or so. Quicker than an F1 car at Spa. There was a series of Volkswagen Beetle ads.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Carries more people than a bus. If all 4 seats are occupied in a Volkswagen Beetle, it will carry more people than a bus with 1 person in it. Faster than a Ferrari. If the Beetle is travelling at 55 miles an hour, it will overtake a Ferrari doing 40.
Good stuff. So we're seeing Spinny Boys Gold get onto the rear bumper of the team car. Spinny Boys Yellow just ahead. The yellow car, oddly named, given that they're blue. Kyle. Oh, and we got actually some action for second place now as we're watching Box 5 Motorsports get up the inside. Get real close to Nancy Fox in that red Foxtrot racing car. Wonder if Sean is concerned about Josh Soto getting away in that Alfa Velocita car.
Well, Nancy Fox runs off the track one corner. Next corner, Sean Fitzgerald runs off a little bit. They all going to move a little bit of California dust in the sunrise, and they'll be facing almost in towards that sunrise as they head up the hill here. And then this corner that I always talk about is one of the most challenging. It's a bit blind. You've got to be on exactly the right line, carry as much speed as you can. Ooh, and carry good speed, Sean Fitzgerald does, but not close enough by the time they get to the top of the hill. And you brake on the way into there.
Yeah, a little bump draft up the hill that time. Setting a real fast pace out at the front of the field here. They've got almost 15 seconds back from the next group that is running. Pace of the first driver in the car doesn't decide the winner of the race, though, for us in these ChampCar races. It's a long one, and we've seen cars come back from really big deficits. I want to say at Charlotte, we saw a 45-second gap erased in the final hour of the race by the final pair of drivers. So, it's nice to pad your lead early, but all it takes is one safety car to eliminate that. We have gotten confirmation from Heartland Autosports that unfortunately they're not going to be able to complete the race today. Teammates are pulling out. That car's gone to the pit lane and it's parked, leaving us with 12 cars.
It's a shame that these things do happen. Nancy Fox runs wide here, but then comes across to cover the inside, and I saw Sean Fitzgerald there just tap the brakes a little bit, go, nope, round the outside ain't going to work. If you're deciding on defending this, I'm not sure I want to scratched up trying to take it from you. So they stay third for the moment. The defense successful for second place. Should we read out some of these incident point counts on air, or we'll let them lie for a bit?
I don't want to shame anyone, but we do have a couple teams that are racking them up in the first half hour here.
Let's just leave it at they can't all keep going at the rate they're going at now.
Yeah, how about that? We've got a few people scratching at the double digits already. Not a comfortable place to be, but the incident limit wasn't really a factor for us at Charlotte. It could very well be a factor here. There's a lot more incident points on offer, and especially incident points that earn you a little bit of lap time. Got an early pit taker here from the Heartland Autosports glitch team. This is distinct from the other Heartland Autosports car. The glitch team carrying on.
So I wonder what the strategy is here, because I'm not seeing a driver change. Absolutely not seeing any tire change. Is it to try to count back the 2-hour drive time?
Might be. Get yourself a little bit off sequence.
Oh, no. Maybe there's good. No driver change.
Yeah. Curious. Yeah, it sounds like it's just topping off the fuel. And then maybe he doesn't have to take a pit stop, or can take a much shorter pit stop if we end up having a safety car. With the way the racing's been going at the front and in the middle of the pack, I wouldn't be too surprised to see one for us today. And Laguna Seca's got enough committed corners that it's easy to get one wrong.
47 seconds. They didn't start the race with their qualifying fuel in, did they?
That is always a possibility as well.
Like it's
an open setup rate.
Minutes, so.
It's So 20-minute qualifying session, you put 25 minutes of fuel in it, maybe. Either way, Brett Marshall's going to be coming out right in front of our leaders, so he's going to have to get a move on if he doesn't want to lose a lap.
Isn't 25 minutes about how long the advanced MX5 Cup Series races are if you downloaded a setup for this car from somewhere off the internet or a setup shop?
Could be. Oh, up the inside is Nancy Fox. Sorry, that's Sean on Nancy Fox.
And looking successful. Box 5 Motorsports ahead with the inside for this next corner. Not an easy corner to go too wide through. Trying to get a bit of cut back. Foxtrot Racing from the outside back to the inside. Tiny bit of overlap and down the inside, heading for the corkscrew here as well. Gonna give it a bit of a go. Gonna push just a half a car width wide, but we get through there safely. They're also gonna catch that little bit of traffic of Heartland Autosports that have pitted as well. So it's getting interesting here up front. Alpha Velvet Cheetah and Joshua Soto get away to a little bit of a lead. Sean Fitzgerald gets past after waiting for quite a while behind Foxtrot Racing. We're all about to catch a little bit of traffic. Still defensive into the final corner here. Box 5 Motorsports.
They're not taking it easy. Bump drafting all the way down the front straight now.
Yeah, there comes just a little bit of a bump. Still defending the inside now into the hairpin. Way deeper on the brakes for Foxtrot Racing, but I haven't seen anyone successfully pass around the outside today. There are other cars where it can happen and you hold your way around the outside, then the track turns the opposite way here. What I think the track calls turn 4, and you can make a pass that way in Spec Racer Fords and other stuff. It's not working for anyone today.
No, they keep making attempts at it, and eventually they're gonna clean the dust off that side of the track enough that they'll have a chance at it, I think. Ooh, Sean got it all kinds of wrong going up the hill there into turn number 5 there. So now Nancy's got the run up the inside in 6 sketchy too wide, and it won't be too wide. Oh, Nancy shoots it off. Oh, manages to hold on to it. Car got a little bit sideways there on the exit on the dirt. It's a really easy mistake to make when you're approaching that corner too wide.
At some point, we'll get a driver's eye view as you approach that corner, but all of these things look so easy from the TV camera, but when you're sitting at road height on the floor of an MX-5, you can't actually see the apex of a couple of these corners. That's one of them. The corkscrew, of course, famously another, but after the corkscrew, that's the corner that sneaks up on you that's more challenging than you think it should be. Because there is one line, you've got to be all the way wide on the turn in, get right up, but not hit that big red apex curb, and then track out far, but not so far that you touch the dust. You've got to do your best impression of a slot car through that corner to carry speed up the hill, and when you're just a little bit the wrong way either side, you can clobber the big red curb, Clifford the big red curb, or go out wide and get in the dust. And I think there's in a previous iRacing build, all 4 in the dirt there and keeping the nose in front of the tail might not have happened.
Yeah, definitely easy to do. Recent updates to iRacing physics for off-track areas has helped out a little bit, added a little more grip.
First the grass was too slippery, now I think it's too grippy. This is the onboard of that angle we're talking about. You're heading up the hill. All you can see is bridge, sky, and sunrise, and you've turned in before you can see where that red apex curve is.
Sean runs a little bit wide. We're riding on board with Nancy here from the driver's eye, and she's tracking him back down, cutting that gap that was about 1.4 seconds at the line after that mistake, back down again to what I'd say is maybe a little bit less than that now, maybe a little closer to 1 second. Tickle a draft felt when you're this far out. And meanwhile, while these two have been battling, Josh Soto's just kind of checked out, driving away from them. He's actually found his way around the lap traffic of Brett Marshall.
He's gone bye-bye and he leads by 4 seconds now from Box 5 Motorsports and then Foxtrot. Dude, there's my Miata in 4th. Have just broken away from some of the spinny boys there. Ron Wolf in 5th. Tyler Agostino in 6th.
And Wolf
How much
runs it
longer is that
real
the
wide.
order?
Yeah, Wolf runs it real wide on the exit and spinning up the tires. I think he'll be, not willingly giving up the position, but I think the teammate will be able to force the issue. Tyler Agostino around the outside and gets a little bit of help from the team car. Ron Wolf hits the brakes early and lets the gold car by. Maybe hoping that he can follow the team car and get a little bit of that draft with the missing front bumper. Expect that he'll be able to click another one of those on when we hit the pit stop here too.
Yeah, that's true. That car should get fixed up next stop, but they're obviously not losing enough time that it's worth going early on it. You can see Drivetrainer Motorsports, they were stone motherless last at the end of turn 1, lap 1, and they're working their way up through the field. We know them to be pretty quick. Kyle Robertson, one of only a few cars in the 1 minute 37s or quicker last lap as well, so he's starting to catch a couple here as well. So he's obviously coming up behind Ron Wolf. Quick sticks, but I think he's also closer to that 4th place Dude There's My Miata Ray Lombardi car than he was a little while ago as well. So I think he's catching all 3 of them for the moment.
Yeah, he's definitely averaging as nearly the quickest car on the grid, minus Josh Soto right now. So expecting those gaps to keep coming down.
You might fancy trying to make an overtaking move in towards turn number 1. Like we might have up front here as well. Not sure Ron Wolf's going to give Kyle Robertson quite the same nice treatment. So wherever you place yourself, plenty happening around the track in this early opening stint with all of the initial set of drivers at the moment. Yeah, here's a bit more defense and a bit later braking from Spinny Boys Green going up against Drivetrainer Motorsports than when Spinny Boys Green were going up against their teammates. The championship car, their highest qualifying car, Tyler Agostino in Spinny Boys Gold.
Yeah, I think they're aware of how the points standings look. Because Drivetrainer, of course, the only other car to attend all 4 races, and all missed races were a 99th place finish. So with the ChampCar points style rules in effect, your average finishing position, lower numbers are better, is what's going to decide it. And right now, as the points stand, the Spinny Boys averaging a finish of about 3.67, and the Drivetrainer guys finishing average finish of around 7th place. So they'll need to beat that Spinny Boys car. They'll also need to beat them by a few spots, I would wager, in order to chop down that point differential. Early days still, though, as we tick over the first half hour, only 4 hours roughly of race left.
Wolf is wide in the final corner. Oh, and there's almost contact on the exit there. Kyle Robertson has got a pretty reasonable run. He got very, very close. Pressure is on for the damaged Spinny Boys Green car, missing its front bumper after teammate contact on the opening lap as Spinny Boys Gold went around. But now, to put a bit of space between those 2 cars, because apparently they need it, those teammates, Kyle Robertson and Drivetrainer Motorsport do go ahead. And you can see a couple of scrapes on the Drivetrainer Motorsports car as well, from where Heartland gave them just a little bit of a hello on lap 1. It was certainly tight off the race start as far as how bunched up the pack was, which is the word I was looking for and couldn't find on lap 1. Bunched up.
I'm glad to know that we finally found it. Kyle Robertson says his spirit animal is the Shiba Inu, so that might explain some of the aggression we saw.
Wow, such spirit animal. Very wise.
He's out
Pressure
there racing
on here potentially. We saw Ray Lombardi work his way through the field a little bit early on the cold tyres. Some quick cars came into strife early, and now they're coming back at him in the shape of Spinny Boys Gold, and just behind them, Drivetrainer Motorsports as well. 2 cars that have closed up on him significantly over the last couple of laps with a little bit more pace on this long run, and that's always the interesting thing to see in these races, is what's quick lap 3 isn't always what's quick lap 20.
Yeah, and we're starting to see track temp ticking up. It was around 65 at the start of the race. It's just starting to click over as the sun starts to peak above the mountains too. Oh, and Ray gets it real deep there. I'm not sure that's in his intended line, but he's going to have a good kind of run out towards turn number 3 here. Feeling the
cool
pressure,
Shiba
though.
Inu fact.
Go ahead.
So the most famous Shiba Inu, I think, of all time, like the Doge dog, Kabosu, which is a Japanese dog owned by a Japanese lady, turned 18 over the weekend.
Dang.
That dog's still kicking. It's going to hit me hard when that dog passes, because...
Yeah, that's our entire youth going away right there. All the memes.
That dog's basically in the Betty White phase of its career.
I'm really enjoying Ray Lombardi in this gold car with our little gold car train that we got going on. But I enjoy it particularly because Ray told me that his start in online racing came in Grand Theft Auto. So he's still blinging the cars out. He's just found a different platform to do it.
Well, the battle for 4th place is a little bit of a California gold rush at the moment. Dude, there's my Miata leading Spinny Boys gold. Kyle Robertson, he is hitting a little bit of form right now in this phase of the race, though, isn't he? Having dispatched with Spinny Boys green, he's hunting Spinny Boys gold while they hunt Dude, there's my Miata. He's got overspeed on the both of them. Head over the crest, down the hill. Big braking zone here. Slowly, the field's closing in. I'm seeing sort of Ray Lombardi kind of point it to the apex as he breaks into the corner, while the other two swoop in from a bit wider. And the golden rays of sun starting to hit the track as well. It didn't feel that dark at the race start. We had glow in the sky, but with the mountains to the east of where the track is here, the light wasn't hitting the surface just yet. It's just starting to. 4 more hours to go as well. So track temperature will change across the race. Remembering it started at 65 Celsius. We've gotten 1 more degree since then, Devon.
Yeah, a light wind out there today too. Probably not affecting much, except for maybe a little draft down the front straight.
Here's a promising thing.
Back at the front, Sean is actually up the inside of Nancy right now, and gotten a good exit onto the last corner, and going to take that position away, I think, fully before the braking zone. Hard to gain position unless you got it at the start of that straightaway, and sure enough, he does. Nancy's going to try a little over-under, but Sean parks it on the second apex and drives away clean.
In one of their recent updates from the developers, iRacing talked about how, when, and how rain is going to roll out, and it is going to be on a per car, per track kind of basis. But I'm taking a lot of heart to know that the first screenshot they shared was this car in the rain. So this might be one of the first vehicles that we can send splashing through some puddles in not too long. So
that'll
changeable conditions in the ChampCar iRacing series could mean a lot more things come 2024 or even by the end of this year.
Yeah, really excited to be able to put that on track. Of course, ChampCar drivers race in the sun, they race in the rain, they race in the snow sometimes. So it's always good to be able to add something like that to the experience. And I got to say that, if you're not a 4.5 hour endurance racer type of person, we do, of course, run the Sprint Series all season long. And the Sprint Series has 12 rounds and plenty of prizes on the line. We do random draws throughout, and for $250 just for showing up. So even if you're not the fastest driver on track, you can still earn a prize. And then, of course, we have the $1,500 Champ Buck prize that goes to the overall series champion. So big prize if you can show up and have the pace. races here today are for slightly smaller prize, but slightly smaller commitment too. 150 champ bucks to our race winner, 150 bucks to the season-long points winner. That'll get decided today as well.
So we were just briefly checking in with 10th place Boomertech Racing and 212 Racing. Up the road though, dude, there's my Miata. That's who you're looking at here in front of Spinny Boys Gold and Drive Trainer Motorsport. Ray Lombardi might be the driver from furthest afield racing today.
Dutch National.
Yeah, Club Netherlands against Tyler Agostino's Club New England. And we know the Drive Trainer Motorsport guys basically all hail out of Florida. And that's where Kyle Robertson is racing from today. So it looks like the gold Spinny Boys car caught here a couple laps ago. We just haven't seen a pass shape up yet.
Yeah, you need to have a little bit of overspeed to get it done around Laguna Seca. And especially if you don't have the perfect line out of the last corner or get a little bit of help from the guy ahead making a mistake, it can be hard to find a place to make that overtake. We'll see now. They're coming into the final corner here. Tyler dives in pretty deep, does pretty well, but I think Ray's doing a better job of turning in later, and because he's kind of getting that little bit of extra on the exit, able to overcome the draft. And we're even seeing Kyle Robertson approach with the help of the draft as well.
Well, there's the sun, no doubt, as you turn through the Andretti hairpin. That sun smacks you right in the face.
Yeah, blinding. That might be a factor as well for some of these drivers. Need to add some visor tint options when they do rain out here as well. Yeah,
because do you pick a tinted visor? Do you go a clear visor? When you're in a closed cockpit car, you've got a little bit more options, because if it gets dark, you can kind of pop your tinted visor a little bit. But Ray Lombardi runs wide, bottom of the hill, looking to get to the inside, up the hill, not enough overlap to try to commit to the inside. Tyler Agostino backs out of it. Ray Lombardi still ran a little bit wide, and Tyler Agostino couldn't capitalize, so here comes Kyle Robertson. He's got that big head of steam heading uphill to the highest point of the circuit, and then you drop quickly. They stay in the same order, but for the first time I sense something's boiling away here.
Yeah, it looks like that gold car is getting ready to make a move. Put more and more pressure. I think they're feeling more and more pressure. Ray runs wide again, puts two tires, and it's actually going to be the overtake from behind. Drive Trainer Motorsport, Kyle Robertson up the inside of the Spinny Boys gold car and takes that position away. That'll be 5th place for Drive Trainer. And when you make a move like that, you always want to carry the momentum on and just, take another one. So we'll see if he makes a move here into the first turn. Ray expects it, covers off the inside. Kyle weaves right and then left, tries to make it work and unsettles Ray. And he's going to get that spot.
Well, they're still side by side here. They were side by side for the championship race lead. Joshua Soto is going to be removed from the standings come the end of the race. So he's not going to matter as far as who the prize money goes to. He's effectively in ChampCar spec and EC car today for the moment. But it was Fox versus Box for a tiny bit. Box 5 side by side with Nancy Fox, Foxtrot Racing. And once again, Sean Fitzgerald stays just ahead. And Joshua Soto's lead inches out towards 8 seconds.
Ooh. Runs wide, and Drive Trainer's going to have his opportunity up the inside here into the corkscrew. He's cleared him fully. So if he just parks it, he parks it and he gets punted a little bit by Ray. Looks like both cars are going to carry on. Ray's got a little bit of a bent hood. Other than that, I think Kyle going wide. They're too wide through here. A little bit tight. Gets loose, does Kyle. Manages to keep it pointed the right way. He'll rejoin. But that's going to cost a lot for that Drive Trainer car. And all those positions gained go away. He's back in 6th place again.
Already cleared the slowdown, but we're going to look dramas elsewhere as well. Off the track is the popular thing, apparently. Just outside tyres on the grass, turning into that very same corner, clipping the curb, spinning around. Nancy Fox, Foxtrot Racing. Sean Fitzgerald gets away in second place. Fox able to rejoin, still in third place. That happened. And then the very next group of cars also went off, but the opposite side of the racetrack. And with all of that happening, Dude, There's My Miata stays in fourth. Spinny Boys Gold here in fifth. They dropped back a little bit as they had to woe up and not get into Drive Trainer Motorsports. We're back on the road, back racing. Doesn't seem like there's any damage to anyone.
Yeah, they keep it going, and now Kyle's back to putting some pressure on Tyler Agostino. They come up the hill here. Agostino's going to hold. I wonder if Kyle takes a lap or two off of the aggression, or if he's ready to whip it through. Gets a decent run through turn number 10.
He gets a bit of the grass in the same area.
Yeah.
Ends up a little bit wide. Carl Robertson, easy to do when you're right up behind the car in front as well. Way easier to put a tyre on the wrong side of the curb.
I'll have to see if our producer can get us a replay of Sean Fitzgerald going into turn one that time by. He had a pretty exciting moment. Managed to keep it pointing the right way, but one of the factors you got to consider in a long endurance race like this, and we're going to see it. So Sean comes up over the hill here and gets it real wide as he's in the braking here, and then when he transitions back off the concrete, the car just kind of goes away from it and has kind of this lazy slide all the way through, takes him off the apex, and then 2 tires off. But what I was saying was that one of the factors in these long endurance races is just momentum and mental focus.
Drive Trainer Motorsports had just gotten past Spinny Boys Gold. Ray Lombardi had a bit of a check up here, and now he's going defensive up the hill. Half a car width to the inside, approaching the most committed corner. Now a little bit wide. Good run up the hill, onto the rail straight for Drive Trainer Motorsports and Carl Robertson. He gets to the inside. Tyler Agostino's also got a good run, but nowhere to take it as they're too wide, forming a roadblock in front of him. It's door-to-door, wave out the window, say hello, Drive Trainer Motorsports. Go ahead of Dude, There's My Miata. Spinny Boys Gold just in behind.
And Kyle takes a more defensive line through turn number 9 this time, fending off the likes of Ray and avoiding some dramas for himself. Ooh, another run from behind. Tyler Agostino coming up the inside of the last corner. Ooh, and they all slow it way down. Not the fast way through there, but the defensive way, that's for sure.
So 2 positions gained so far in this lap. Kyle Robertson up to 4th. With Drive Trainer in 4th and Spinny Boys in 6th, do you want to do your championship calculation again? Is that enough? Ooh, now a little wide from Ray Lombardi as Devin Peters furiously flips through the spreadsheets. Kyle Robertson needs to just, I think, settle it down and get it consistent at this point, because it's been scruffy the last couple of laps. Entertaining to watch, but what's entertaining to watch isn't necessarily what's always sensible from a team perspective in a race like this. All 3 of these cars have got other drivers, teammates watching on, going, it's my turn in a bit. Can we save some fast repairs for me? Can we save a little track position for me? So for Drive Trainer, still expecting to see Bowie Suin at some point. For Dude, There's My Miata, they've got Alexander Milijevic still to come. For what's I guess one of our first European teams.
Yeah, it looks like not quite enough for Drive Trainer Motorsports. They're going to need to get a little further up the field and have a little bit of help from that gold team, I think, in order to take the championship points lead. But crazier things have happened. Already had 1 car retired today.
And for Spinny Boys Gold, it's Brian LeBlanc is the other car the other driver still to get in the car. Got the other car still to get into the driver. Close as they go over the hill again. Down the hill, Ray Lombardi holding his line. Getting in a little deep is the switchback on the over-under. Sure is. Wow. Good move to just keep it tidy, see a little opportunity, and get down the inside of him.
Yeah, I could be tempted to try and brake as late as the other guy, but when the other guy goes that deep, it's good to have your own braking markers. One of those things they teach you early in racing. And with that, things have calmed down a little bit. We'll see if Tyler Agostino is able to make a run up towards Drive Trainer and Kyle Robertson here. Up at the front, Josh Soto running that EC class has a 9-second lead over Box 5 Motorsports, who has themselves a 9-second lead over Foxtrot Racing. So things that spread out at the front there. 9 seconds, pretty minor in the scale of one of these races, though, of course. A little bit of an issue on fuel or in the pit lane can make all that difference up real fast. And we're following along with Tyler Agostino and Spinny Boys. So they're our closest battle. As he tries to put the hammer down and catch back up to Kyle Robertson. And has that gold car shining in the sun as it rises over the mountains here at Laguna Seca.
So with Joshua Soto leading, he's gained 1 spot so far this race. Sean Fitzgerald's gained 1. Foxtrot Racing have gone back to Drive Trainer Motorsports. They've been up and down all through the field because they started 8th. They were spun around, or they turned down on someone and spun themselves around. Who knows? They were sort of right at the back. Now they've come back forward through to 4th, 4 positions gained. Spinny Boys Gold, they've also went around on the opening lap, come back through the field somewhat to 5th, still 1 spot behind where they qualified. Dude, there's Mamiata, where they started in 6th. Spinny Boys Green have gone back 2. Spinny Boys Yellow back 1. Sennhauser Racing Team are up 2. Boomer Tech Racing are up 2 as well.
Yeah, pretty good pace from Drive Trainer Motorsports too, it must be said. Taking a few tenths out of Nancy Fox ahead. It's a pretty big gap between the two on track, about 20 seconds, but you know, we got plenty of time to take tenths out of the folks ahead still in this race. On the shadow and the angle there, showing the sun just peeking over the corkscrew, that's pretty good look. And a pretty impressive field, all things considered, here today. Showcasing a lot of the drivers that we get to see in all the series that we run, whether it's the Sprint Series, the Enduro Series, or the Spec 5 Series. And I do have a feeling that our incident counts are going to be an issue here today as I check in on those. I've got fully 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the teams in the double digits, and Boomers Tech Racing is leading the way with 20 incident points. Remember, 50 incident points earns you a drive-through penalty. So these folks are going to have to be careful. If they keep earning them at this rate, they're going to be paying off a few of those. But we're still seeing lots of drop tires. And as I was getting at, as we get a little deeper into this race, the concentration factor is definitely going to be a thing. These Mazda Miatas with a full tank can run nearly 90 minutes, we believe, on fuel. And so it's a pretty long stint for a driver. And it's one that takes a healthy dose of concentration to keep up at a track where there's so many committed corners like the one they just went through there, turn number 7, where one wrong move can spell disaster.
Bit of lateral movement there. Turning in with the tail wagging some into the corkscrew for Kyle Robertson. As he does remain one of the quicker cars on track at the moment. You've only got 5 that did 1:37's last lap. They're the top 4, and then they're also Heartland Autosports Glitch in last place. So make of that what you will, I guess. But that early stop for Brett Marshall, we might be talking about that car a lot more later on, because They've filled the fuel up. They are scored last at the moment, but the pace is decent. And then I'm looking at the lane time, total loss of maybe about 60, 70 seconds. And then I look at how many cars are less than 60 seconds up the road from them. And yeah, puts them more like 8th once some of the other cars stop, I think.
Yeah, I got to think that's going to be a factor. And Marshall kind of showing the local lines around here, just misses that sausage curb on the inside of 4 and 5 there. And then if you cut in just behind that sausage curb, you can kind of get a tire in the dirt, helps turn the car a little bit and slows it down on that corner. Really doing some clean laps around here, though, must be said. And again, just cutting out the apex, cutting out the exit of some of these corners, using the whole track. That's what you like to see.
So on board with Spinny Boys Gold. These are the 2 closest cars at the moment, 4th and 5th. Drivetrain Motorsport obviously had that battle for a little while, got past. Seems to be Tyler Agostino's mission here to not let Drivetrain Motorsport get too far away. Keeping a watchful eye on them. And we've had this discussion previously. There's a little carbon fiber patch there in the dash that's got a bunch of the switches and emergency kill stuff on it. They take out where the infotainment screen is in the road car, fit some race car bits with its own little plate there, and that's why it doesn't match the rest of the interior.
I'm just a meathead, but tell me you don't want that as an option on the real car. Like, come on, give me an ignition switch and fire suppression button, just for funsies on the dash.
That type of switch is just so tactilely satisfying. Like, I had someone's put a little dust up there. I think it was Carl Robertson. I had a box for launching like hobby rockets and stuff, right? So it had a 9-volt battery in it and a couple switches like that, and you just go click, 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 and then the rocket launches. But that dust is actually in there because it's not dust, it's tire smoke of Heartland Autosports glitch. We went and said good things about the pace that Brett Marshall was making and the time he was eating into the cars in front and how that was going to look like when the first round of pit stops came around. And is there anything more powerful than the curse of the commentator? I don't think so, but some would tell you there is.
Almost certainly not, as evidenced by Ref there.
It must be real slippery out there. That's a big, big save from Kyle Robertson. Tyler Agostino smells an opportunity. Are we seeing the tyres start to give up after an hour here?
Could very well be.
The track is cold. It shouldn't happen, but there comes a point at some point, surely. This is a pretty long run as far as what these cars usually do.
Yeah, this is no sprint series here. These guys are going the full way, and could be some of that fatigue creeping in as well. But that has definitely put Tyler Agostino right back on the bumper of that drivetrainer car, which was formerly kind of starting to open a gap. They're now 0.6 apart.
Drivetrainer up the hill. Now, of course, an open setup, so they're free to adjust their cambers, adjust their tire pressures, but also you have a couple of options for rear anti-roll bar in this. I think it's unhooked OEM and firm or something like that. So if you go for a bit more aggressive setting to get a little bit more turn, you might chew through those rear tires a little quicker and you might spend a lot more of the race just trying to live with that. It's one thing to look at car to car to car, is they're not all on the same setup, and little things like that could make one car just look a little more lively than some others. sun out across almost all of the track now. Joshua Soto in his solo effort leads 12 seconds over Sean Fitzgerald, Box 5 Motorsports Scarlet. We've had a little bit of a reprieve since Nancy Fox and Foxtrot Racing went for a spin and dropped a little bit further back into third, still 20 seconds ahead of that group, Drive Trainer Motorsports and Spinny Boys. They dropped Ray Lombardi about 5 seconds, and Ron Wolf from Spinny Boys Greens dropped a little bit further off the back of that as well. 212 Racing on the lane. So for Matt Z, this might be the first time we see a driver change happen, because we've had a full hour of racing now. 212 Racing. There's definitely tyres going on there. There is a driver change happening too. Matt Z out, Pavel Kaska in. 212.
Yeah. This 212 Racing team joined us for our first race of the season. Did pretty well at Summit Point there. Said they're out to have...
Pavel, I hope you know that your steering's to the left and not straight.
Oh, this is always dangerous. Someone warn him.
Oh, no, he's got it.
That's the advantage to listening to the broadcast. We save you from yourself.
Seen that happen. You think you're steering straight, but it's actually 360 around.
It's a long time on the lane. A long time stopped relative our other car that stopped so far. But he'll exit with nearly a minute 20 inside the cones. Of course, he's got to navigate this tricky exit here. And am I correct that we didn't see any tires go on that car?
No, we did.
Oh, yeah. It was just at the first half of the stop. I just missed it.
And they change a little quicker than the fuel tank seems to fill. There's no fast fueling system on these cars, and I think you, have to find the release latch in the driver's footwell to pop open that fuel. I think that's all still factory. That's not the paved stuff either.
Yeah, I think those cold tires are catching him out a bit. I do expect those to remain a factor throughout the race here. Oh, as he runs wide again.
Hey, well, we've got a track temperature graphic, but I don't know if we've got a dust temperature graphic, so it could be nice and toasty and warm out there.
Not nice, toasty and warm by the looks of those numbers, 66 Fahrenheit. And Joe in Boomer Tech Racing is actually coming up on them. And this would be...
to lap?
Yeah, it would be to lap Boomer Tech Racing. To lap 212 Racing. Of course, Boomer Tech will be on the other side of it once they have their pit stop. Getting close together, though. Powell holding the drift on Power on the exit of that corner. And they're both using all the revs here, bouncing off the rev limiter. Boomer Tech Racing gets that big draft, dices it down the inside.
Yeah, late move as the tyres still come in for a very heavy 212 Racing car. Boomer Tech put them a lap down for the moment. The total pit stop time for 212 Racing is almost a minute 20 there. So it's kind of the case that full service pit stop will put you near enough to the whole lap down.
Yep. That gives them someone to race with, though. And that's what Powell intends to do. Oh, yeah, Boomer Tech was sliding a little bit on the entry of the corner. And Powell got in there a little bit faster.
They were going for slow in, fast out. Car behind was going for fast in, slow out, or just fast in. It was nearly a little bit of a convergence.
I have based on what we saw from Powell in the warm-ups, I have an inkling that he might have a little bit more absolute pace than Boomer Tech's Racing Joe does ahead. So once those tires come in, Powell will probably be looking for his way around. Oh, and Boomer Tech Racing gets a little wide too again. So it's always a little dicey trying to make one of these passes when you're a lap down. The guy ahead doesn't feel like he owes you anything, you know?
There's no unblue flag.
Yeah. Well, and Joe, as I was mentioning earlier, he's got plenty of experience driving in the real world. He runs the open source auto ChampCar team. And they've previously fielded 917 Porsche. He runs a 986 now. And sounds like they run it with a VR6 to, quote, ensure that they would never finish a race again. It's always difficult when you turbo things. He says he also races some sailboats here too.
That must be the Boomer Tech. 2-2 have got a run here and going nowhere with it as they've been lapped while they were warming up those tires. Big strike on the curb from Boomer Tech. Naval gets to the inside, looking to get his lap back. Those tires are in now for sure, and you see what a big difference cold tires versus a couple laps on the tires makes as Casca gets back around and has a chance now in this stint to begin to show his pace. Maybe get a bit of an undercut on the cars that they are racing, like Heartland Autosports, like Boomer Tech, maybe like Sennhauser Racing Team.
Bit of a drama for second place. That's our leader, Sean C. Fitzgerald, on the way in under braking. He just locks up the rears and kind of gets it sliding and has a lazy spin on the exit. And he rejoins, but loses the position to Nancy Fox, rather, in the Foxtrot racing car. And so the earlier mistake from Foxtrot Racing is erased by a similar mistake from Box 5 Motorsports.
It's Sean Fitzgerald who'll be saying Foxtrot uniform Charlie Kilo after that one, dropping back to third. Love the Bloodhound gang, man.
That's a good shout out. But yeah, that gives the lead, well, the presumed lead of our race, with Alpha Velocita not having a teammate at this time. But if you want to race with a very fast driver, I'm sure that Josh would be looking for a full-time partner for the next season. Hoping that we can run this endurance championship again. Been a real hit, and it's always part of the fun of ChampCar is not just the community of the other drivers, but it's the community of your team, having something to do every night of the week, every day of your weekend as you're working on the cars. And the virtual world lets you do some of that too. I saw more than a few of these guys in the practice sessions and in the races, and even last night. Oh, and Nancy has a bit of a moment there down the straightaway. Maybe getting distracted by a message from a teammate or something. But I did see Jamie Wolak practicing with his teammates last night. Lots of cars, or lots of 3 driver teams out there today.
Yeah, I'm gonna count on my fingers and run out of fingers here quickly. That's 3 and 2. It's 5, 8, 11, 13, 15, 17, 18, 20, 23, 25, 28 drivers or so.
Yeah, absolutely. Respectable little bunch. What are we seeing here? Looks like our drive trainer team has had a little bit of an incident coming through the corkscrew, and it's an easy mistake to make. Turns it in a little too deep and rear end goes wagging. And it does look like the rear tires are kind of causing these cars the most trouble. We've seen, this is the 4th incident now where someone's got it a little bit wrong. But that does have implications for the championship, because now that Spinny Boys Gold car is ahead of Kyle Robertson, and Robertson had managed to hammer out a bit of a gap between himself and the gold car. That's the race again.
I've looked again. Here are your rear anti-roll bar options, unhooked or OEM. So they might be on a slightly stiffer anti-roll, and of course you've got a whole heap of other things that affects if the car gets a little bit loose, a little bit free over a long run. You've got rake as an option, which will affect how much weight is on the rear of the car at different points. You've got all of your changes to camber, to starting tire pressure, as well as bump stiffness, rebound stiffness.
Yeah, I think a lot of folks don't quite realize necessarily in the ChampCar world.
On the rear.
Oh yeah, that'll make a big difference for sure. And I think a lot of folks in the ChampCar world don't realize, how much you can mess with the cars in the iRacing. Can't bolt a splitter onto the front of it, of course, but you can do a lot of the tuning that you do otherwise. And it's I'll tell you, it's a little bit easier to change the ride height on one of these things in the sim than it is in the real world, because I have jacked, raised and lowered a Mazda Miata about 500 times on a jack, setting the coilovers, trying to get that just right. So it's a little bit nicer when you just have to click a button or move a slider.
Now, as we're doing the ChampCar iRacing 4.5 hours of Laguna Seca, we know that the ChampCar Endurance Series will be going back to WeatherTech Laguna Seca in 2024 for a date to be determined, and I'm sure there'll be a couple of Mazdas out for that one as well. Probably with some bigger mufflers than we see today.
Absolutely, and some very strategically pointed exhausts.
I couldn't help but notice one of the S5000 races recently where every car's exhaust was pointed at an angle that did seem strategic as well. So it happens.
I was thinking the opposite today as I was watching that Interlagos sprint race qualifying this morning. The Interlagos track, of course, situated right next to residential areas, like on the other side of the fence in some cases, and right in the heart of the city. So apparently Formula One cars are quiet enough that you can get away with that these days. And that gap between Sean and Foxtrot, or Fox, is starting to come down. Sean's just had a little bit more pace over the last few laps after that spin. About 2 seconds separating them now from a high of about 2.7 after Sean had that spin. And this is for the lead, effectively.
Yeah, we'll get an idea in a bit. Seeing fastest lap of the race is a 1:36.6, and they are not near that at the moment. Fitzgerald runs a little bit wide, so I think there is a little bit in those tires.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it's being a factor.
That said, that lap just then, Fitzgerald's within 0.3 of their best. So as the fuel's going away a little bit as well, small little light car, the fuel weight matters more than in some of the bigger, heavier cars.
Mm-hmm. And, the well-known but small amount of power that these motors put out.
More than they used to have. A bit more than they used to have.
Oh, absolutely. So 1.9 at the line. And Sean just continues to chip away at it. And Nancy, as I mentioned in the intro, a pretty accomplished driver, 5,200 iRating. You earn that through a lot of racing on iRacing, but that puts her firmly in the 1% club. Top 1% of all drivers. Sean doesn't have quite the same iRating, but he's got a lot of the same pace. Says the commentator's curse, pushing Sean off the track there on the exit. A 7, 9, I guess.
I mean, what the track says their turns are called, I just vocally and publicly grumble about it.
Yeah, it depends
Looking at Road America in particular.
Hey, I mean, that kink before the corkscrew. Oh, and Sean gets a little bit wrong there as well.
Big wobble right as he went to turn in, so maybe a little bit of rear locking, bit loose, bit free, trying to turn into the corner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're seeing now Heartland Autosports glitch going into the final corner here. It looks like they've had a moment of their own, and that's spun them around the wrong way, and unfortunately it's causing issues, I think, for the drive trainer car, who's now right up behind him and having to deal with a lapped car that's also blinking from time to time, and we're seeing a little bit of a connection issue there for Brett Marshall. So Kyle will be hoping that he can clear this one quickly.
Yeah, live pictures here. Kyle Robertson, Drive Trainer Motorsport, behind Heartland Autosports glitch Brett Marshall, who'll be being waved a couple of blue flags, but ooh, that won't help you. A little off the road for Kyle Robertson. Top of the hill into the corkscrew. Very bold line. You can take a little bit, you can take a little more, but you can only take so much out of that corkscrew before you get called for cutting the track.
Yeah. And you can cut a little bit, but it costs you an off track too. And so these folks are spending the off tracks pretty aggressively at this phase of the race, but I have a feeling they're going to be a resource by the end that they're going to have to monitor. We've seen our first team, Boomers Tech Racing, hit 28 incident points, but these guys here aren't too far behind. The glitch guys have 12, and the drive trainer guys have 16. So well on their ways towards that black flag potential. I know I wouldn't want to be in a tight race for the win, or for any position with the worry of the black flag hanging over my head.
Leader pits. Alpha Velocita on the pit lane. Joshua Soto from the front of the field. Hitting pit lane. I wonder if many others will follow him in at this point.
Yeah, Foxtrot Racing hits the lane as well.
Might be right about time, yep. Drive trainer get past Brett Marshall, who rolls out of the way, so that changes up. Looks like box 5 continue. His tyres, Joshua Soto, absolutely what you'd expect to happen now at this stop.
Yeah.
So there's Nancy Fox entering picture. The pole sitting car gets pit box number 1. The second place qualifying car gets pit box number 2. And it's a driver change at Foxtrot Racing. Jordan Johnson gets in again. Hope you know your steering's to the left, pal.
Oh no. PSA, center your wheels, folks.
Whenever I get in my dad's car after he's parked it in his garage, I'm like, engaging reverse gear, and has he left the steering wheel straight? Nope. Not always, but again, just one of those things to be careful of. You get in the car, is the steering wheel straight? Or is it 361 full turn around? He straightened it up there. No drama. There's a couple of other cars on the lane as well. Spinny Boys Yellow. Drivetrainer Motorsports is in, so some driver swaps there because Kyle Robertson out, Bowie Suin in. Humatek, Joe Kraminski's in the lane but hasn't hit the pit box yet. And what was your race leader, Joshua Soto, back out in the lane. 5 cars have gone at least a lap longer than him and jumped him. Box 5 Motorsport Scarlet, Spinny Boys Gold, Do There's My Miata, Spinny Boys Green, and Sennhauser Racing Team. Right on cue. 1 lap further around, Sean Fitzgerald is in, so we're seeing our pit stops hit.
Yep. And with how long these stints are, we're going to expect to see driver changes for most of these teams, if not all of them. So it'll be driver change for Foxtrot Racing. They got Jordan Addison in the car now. The Spinny Boys Gold car gets real far to the left as they enter the lane. Logan Frey now in for Box 5 Motorsports Scarlet. And Bowie Suin driving for Drivetrainer Motorsports. David Martin going in for Spinny Boys Yellow. And Johnny Wall in for Boomertech Racing. And the Spinny Boys Gold car comes to a stop, and we'll see who they put in. That's Brian LeBlanc.
Brian LeBlanc is just the French translation of Walter White. You can't change my mind.
Something like that. Seeing Ron Wolf in the other Spinny Boys car hitting the lane now too. See drive change out of them. Brooks Clayton, the other driver in that vehicle, that entry, and sure enough, Clayton goes in. Does actually make me think that some of those short stops we saw early on after a half hour might have been intended to make sure that they could minimize the amount of driver changes they would have to do in some of those other cars. Either way, we got a wide variety of cars on different laps. Box 5 Motorsports coming out of the lane now. And they are significantly behind the Alfa Velocita guys, but they have the inside line on the pit lane as Foxtrot Motorsports comes around them. And they'll be neck and neck coming out of the pit lane here. So cold tires allowing that overcut to kind of work out. They're very close together, but Logan Frey is going to have to tiptoe around as he finds the warmth in his tires.
Yeah, those cold tires are looking very, very challenging. For example, we saw Drivetrainer Motorsport trying to put the lap on Heartland Autosports Glitch earlier. Well, now they're battling for position. Drivetrainer got the cold tires, and they were the ones struggling on the pit lane. A couple more cars. Ray Lombardi from Dude, There's My Miata. And so the only car we haven't seen yet, Sennhauser Racing Team. They might be next.
Yep, they're hitting the lane right now on cue. We'll see DJ Logan getting out of the car. And then we'll see which of the teammates are going in. We got the other team member for that car, I believe, is also named Logan Essex. The folks pretty new to the sim racing world as well. According to Logan Sennhauser, this is actually only his second race. The other one was in a Mustang, but they've gone and put the time in. And we got a couple cars getting close together on track. So this is Brett Marshall in that Heartland Autosports Glitch car, now racing for position with Drivetrainer Motorsports. And Heartland Autosports Glitch off sequence because they took that early pit stop, one of those cars we were talking about that's aiming to maximize their driver time. But on that alternate strategy. I'm curious. It'll be interesting to see. Bowie Suin's still dealing with the tire warm-up, but it will be interesting to see if he's able to get it up to speed fast enough to hold off Brett J. Marshall. Marshall's making the move around the outside now, gets the run over the hill, but has to take the long way down into the first turn. And disappears for a moment before giving up the spot, but that's a wiggle from the cold tires of Bowie Suin, and they're side by side going towards 3. Suin's got the inside, but he's gonna have to brake real early, and Marshall's able to sweep around the outside and take it away. Warm tires win the day. given him the upper hand, and Marshall's going to drive away with it. And in a few laps, I expect we'll see Bowie Suin fighting back, looking at the bumper ahead. Did see some decent pace from Suin in the warm-ups.
So that's fifth now for the only Heartland Autosports car still running. They made that very early stop, so they're going to have to stop again in about 12 laps or so, in about 20 to 25 minutes. But everyone else is looking like they're tracking for a 3-stop race, and Heartland may have kind of made their short stop early in this one. Like you said, Devon, trying to maybe structure it around a little bit of the drive time as well. If they didn't make a fuel mistake, which I feel like to fit 47 seconds of fuel in the car after only racing for 20 minutes, you kind of started with a full tank. So maybe just making the best of it after that now as well. It could come back to them.
And we rejoin our leader as Josh Soto continues on and still leading the race. Expecting that he won't have a teammate to take over that car though, so he'll be starting to hit DQ territory, or at least laps not counting once we hit 2 hours into this race, hour and a half in so far of this 4-hour race. But Soto's still out there showing the full pace of this car. And Soto, of course, no familiar to showing off the pace of this car. He's a very quick driver in the Spec 5, in the MX-5 car, and has shown his chops in that when we've been racing it in the series. No slouch either, though, is Jordan Johnson. Remember the respectable 5,200 iRating I was telling you about for Nancy Fox? Jordan Johnson one-ups that with a very aesthetic 6,666 iRating. That's 6,666 iRating.
Spooky.
Must have planned that for Halloween or something, you know? But he's out there wheeling that car around, and 3 laps into it, he's going to set the fastest lap of the race at 36.75. And he's putting the gaps on Logan Frey so far, who's still fighting a little bit with those tires, hasn't been able to find all the pace just yet.
A lot of work to do still to catch the lead for Jordan Johnson, but Soto on track in the lead. Jordan Johnson in second. 2 drivers who were teammates in one of the previous rounds. Oh, it's interesting to see, isn't it? The pecking order changes a lot now that we've had those driver changes. That there was a bit of a mix-up in strategy in terms of, do you put your quickest driver in the start? Do you put your quicker driver in later? And so there's some cars that had spread out coming back together in a couple places. This might be one of them. Spinny Boys Green looking like they've picked up a little bit of pace as Brooks Clayton's gotten in.
Yeah.
Dutez Miata ran long in that first stint as well, so still bringing the tyres in compared to some others that have almost kind of made a little bit of an undercut.
Yeah, effectively almost an overcut with the warmth of the tires. Ooh, and Logan Frey has a moment into the final corner, and we'll see it matching the moment that we're about to see here. Just slides it out, and that kind of characteristically lazy spin. Lucky that there was an exit road there. I don't think he would have been able to save it before it kind of slowly turned into the wall, but he's still suffering. And we'll see the incident he had going into the final corner here as he just gets 2 tires on the dirt and it doesn't want to turn and has to run it real wide on the exit. Carries on though. None of those problems from Jordan Johnson though, who I misspoke earlier, ran the car's fastest lap of the race with the 36.75. Fastest lap of the race still held by Josh Soto. Runs another fastest lap of the race for his car. It's a 36.69 the last time by for Jordan Johnson. So he's out there flying around and managing to take little chunks even out of our leader, Josh Soto.
Brooks Clayton. Oh, he's gonna straight T-bone. That's a massive accident with Dude There's My Miata. Alexander Milijevic losing it in the middle of the corner. Nowhere for Brooks Clayton to go. Here comes Spinny Boys Yellow with David Martin to go through as well. What a crunching T-bone in the Andretti hairpin.
And that's tough, you know. Feel like maybe there's a little bit of target fixation there going on, and man,
tell me they put a new front bumper.
I was going to say they put a new front bumper.
Lasted 4 laps.
The Spinny Boys cannot keep a front bumper on that car.
Have they got another green painted spare? That is tragic for all parties involved. It was big T-bone hit.
Ooh,
and it's done more damage this time.
Yeah, Alex is driving real slow on the way back. I think that car's not handling too good. Able to limp it around, but yeah, he gets on the brakes and it just goes wide.
He's got massive drama. The 212 Racing Pavel Kaska car's gone past as well. Car hasn't wanted to turn left there.
Yeah, but the car is still limping around.
Same too for Spinny Boys Green.
And we'll see. He's trying to stay off the racing line, doing a pretty good job of it. Let's Logan Essex and that Sennhauser team come by.
Things not in a good way, but I think just quick enough that it's quicker than towing. Sometimes you have a car that's so damaged. Sure, you can limp it at 10 miles an hour, but a flatbed truck goes quicker than that. So you've got to sort of toss it up, which is the best way for minimizing the time loss. So any boys team orders? I think so.
Yeah,
Brooks, David is faster than you.
Yeah, and I think maybe it's like, you know, show your good side. You want the car in front to have a nose. But I do wonder if they've managed to do more than just rip the bumper off that Spinny Boys car, because that was a pretty square hit. But it's possible to knock the toe out, mess up the suspension, doing that sort of thing. And Clayton doesn't look as comfortable getting through the corkscrew. We'll see if we can find a replay of this incident here. Sure enough, there it is. So going down into the corner, you see that gold car was being run by Ray Lombardi. Just kind of have that loose moment, and yeah, sure enough, we see the strike right on the wheel there, square in the middle. And it's always tough to know, because if the guy holds the brake, sure, he's just going to sit there. But if he doesn't hold the brake, he's going to roll out wide. So you try to get to the inside and wasn't able to quite do enough. Get the onboard view here as well.
Yeah, here's the onboard, so you at home can go, I wouldn't have driven into that, which is, of course, so easily said, because it's only about this point you know they've lost it. And you don't know, do I point behind them, and if they roll back, I'm going to get them? Or do I point for where they are now and hope they're not there when I get there? Very often the right call is point for where they are now and they won't be there when you get there. But in this case...
didn't quite work out. Yeah.
And did drive very square into the front left wheel there as well, and really done a number on the steering for Dude There's My Miata, who limped around to the pits. They're back out now. They are the last car running after all of that.
Oh, another wreck. That's Boomer Tech Racing that's just gone and spun. Going through 3. Nothing particularly special, but you catch that sausage curve on the inside, and we'll see him do that here. He turns in, hits it, big two-wheel moment, and then as the car rebounds, it goes away from you. Gentle tap of the wall, though, and they'll get away with that one. Fortunate for them. Luckily, Laguna Seca, a track with plenty of runoff and plenty of gravel around to help slow you down. They carry on, but a little unnerving there. And I got to say, that's the first 2 incident points for Johnny Wall, but those are important incident points, because that puts them up to 30 incidents on the race. And remember, you only got 50 before you start seeing penalty flags, so they're running at it.
Yeah, Spinny Boy's teammates still the closest on the track. You get the idea that David Martin's in the better car at the moment to pull away. And in fact, a little bit quicker than Drivetrainer Motorsports last lap as well. It can't quite see them up the road from here because it's 15 seconds to the next car for position for Spinny Boy's yellow. They must have run out of paint by the time they got to this car, because Spinny Boy's gold, Spinny Boy's green is green. This is not looking particularly yellow to me.
I think they're just messing with us. The Mazda logos are yellow. Maybe that's what they meant. The rims? I thought the mirrors should have been gold too, but hey, that's just me.
Yeah, through the final corner. Where exactly sits the track limit on the final corner?
It's now outside of that green AstroTurf, so you can get 2 wheels off there and not pay for it beyond an off track. They've moved the slowdown that was out there as well, made it wider. Ooh, and a little bit of a drift there from David Martin going through one. Martin, another guy, you look up and down this grid, you got folks with lots of experience in different cars, but Martin, of course, races with Pinky out in the real world. Pinky's out in the real world. So pretty successful E30 cars there. And done all sorts of racing with NASA and Spec and AER and some of those other endurance racing organizations, but loves that ChampCar, and they do pretty well in that Pinky's out car, showing some of that precision.
So, all that blistering pace you were hyping up from Jordan Johnson when he first got in has plateaued just a little bit. He's no closer to Josh Soto than he was when he got in.
Yeah, still showing plenty of pace though, 36.9 last time by, which is plenty quick. It's not all about the iRating though.
He took a big bite of that corkscrew that time though. It's possible last lap that he lapped Sennhauser Racing Team actually. He's 4 seconds quicker than them and they're within about 4 seconds behind him. Maybe that's made the last lap a little unflattering.
Mm-hmm. Regardless, definitely putting the gap on Box 5 Motorsports is that Foxtrot car.
Yeah, in a second we'll get to see an updated lap time for what Box 5 and Logan Frey are doing. Being caught by a couple of the cars behind at the moment. 38.6 for Frey. Picks it up compared to the previous lap. It was in the 39s. Look here. So in practice, all three drivers gave the Box 5 Motorsports Scarlet car a little bit of a shakedown. Logan Frey, Sean Fitzgerald, Ismail Ublal, who we haven't seen yet. And in the race, the fastest lap for the car was lap 6 with Sean Fitzgerald, but fastest lap so far by Logan Frey, a 1:38.0. Sorry, no, a 1:37.767. So there's enough there
Just watching Logan kind of ticking off clean laps here. Got pretty good separation between all our drivers now based on pace. It's been a long, clean run. And now we're checking in with that red car, Foxtrot Racing, as they lead it. But if you're one of the cars that's on the back half of the lead lap right now, I think you're praying for an incident. Ooh, nearly got one there from 2-on-2 Racing through turn number 1 that time, as they got pretty loose under braking going into 1. Don't know if we'll get a look at that here. Yeah, sure enough. Our trusty producer gets it on camera. And as we come over the hill into 1, Powell gets hard on the brakes and just can't quite keep the bottom or the rear end of that car settled. And it goes away from him once, goes away from him twice, but he catches it both times and carries on.
Kind of looking pretty similar to what Desma Miata did, where they also, got in very hot, turned it towards the first apex there, and then the rear just started to slide out. But in this case, Pavel Kaska caught it, where Alexander Miljevic couldn't.
Bowie Suin in the drive trainer car has just had a bit of a moment too, going through turn number 9. Turn number 10, correction, as he comes around and turns in and just smokes that red sausage curb. Ends up all 4 tires off the track. That ticks another one for them. Up to 19 instant points now, those folks.
Smoked that sausage, but it came back and bit him. As far as that goes. I think you can damage a car if you hit those heavy enough or hit them wrong, but most of the time you'll get away with it. He has another little nibble at a different one.
Yeah, it's really tricky. The sausage curb on the inside of that corner we just saw can be faster if you're hitting it, but for the most part those sausage curbs are not helpful. You just barely want to skim them. You don't want to go all the way over them.
Despite all of that excitement, 2-on-2 Racing is still catching the ever bumperless Spinny Boys Green. I'll put this to you, okay? They've completed 61 laps in this race so far, Spinny Boys Green. 4 of them they've had a front bumper. So, therefore, 57 bumperless laps for Spinny Boys Green. It just...
It's a 93%.
They'll be asking why always us.
I was going to say it's a 93% bumper-free ratio. And you can't bump draft anyone without it. That's the worst part.
Throw your radiator in. Well, the question is, okay, you've lost the plastic bumper. Normally behind that will be like a metal, intrusion bar, part of your crash testing and that. So long as you've still got that in front of your radiator, I think you're good. But I can't tell. I'm not well trained enough.
Yeah, a little nervy to push with your radiator.
Actually, I think you do still have it. It's got a grey colouring to it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's still there, but as these two are battling over 8th and 9th. Josh Soto's going to enter the picture pretty quickly in that white car leading the race.
Yeah, so the closest cars on track at the moment are these, which are 8th and 9th, but they are about to be lapped as Joshua Soto appears on them at speed. Brooks Clayton getting offline just a little bit as he then turns back to go up the hill.
They're real close up ahead of him. A little nervy approaching the battle. Oh, and it is.
Oh, and they touch at the top of the corkscrew. They touch again.
Oh.
And your leader only just squeaks through.
Oh.
1-2 Racing thought they could get down the inside. It didn't open up. So it's open and then it closes. And they make contact at the top of the hill, spinning
And
the boys around. And how close is that for Josh Soto?
Oh, yeah, that was a pucker moment for sure. But he does a good job, and 2-on-2 does the gentlemanly thing and stays out of it. But unfortunately, that means that Spinny Boys are going to have to hit the pit lane. I think enough damage done to that car. Got another car on the pit lane as well. That's Zeus Dalston now getting in for Heartland Autosports Glitch. Those guys running that alternate pit strategy. Fueling up now.
Everyone's wheel is to the left as they get in the car. It's freaking me out, but it's a bit busy on pit lane. Third new nose for Spinny Boys Green. And they are going to get a little bit more service done there as well. Heartland Autosports car have had a driver change for Zeus Dalston to get in.
Yeah, that's also critically the second fast repair being used for that Spinny Boys Green team. So they will not have any more. Next time around, they're going to have to turn those bolts with their bare hands, or whatever they turn them with in the simulator, and lose a pretty significant amount of time.
They've lost 2 bumpers. I hope they haven't lost the 10mm socket.
Oh, the wheels. The wheels strike as Zeus Dalston has the wheels spun to the left and takes a dive at the pit wall. Luckily for us, he managed to catch it before it went, but we knew someone was going to get caught out by that. If you don't have a sticky note on your monitor saying, check the wheels, yeah, you should. Tell you from an old pro who's ruined an endurance race or two.
How does it even happen?
It's every time, like clockwork.
At the 9th, Johnny Wall is catching Logan Essex. Oh, yeah. Maybe for stuff like that. Logan needs the old trick I was taught. As you're going into the carousel, you turn in till you see the 3rd tree. You aim at the 3rd tree, and you'll always land in exactly the right spot.
Yeah. Tell you, I was driving around in that Forza Motorsport game came out recently, and they got the corner all wrong, but they moved the trees so that you still can point at the trees. You can still point it at that same tree, but the angle of the corner is all messed up because, of course, they don't do the laser scanning like iRacing does, so a little bit messier. Seeing 2 other cars getting close together here. This is Logan Essex leading for the Sennheiser team with Boomer Tech behind. Oh, no, sorry. This is not a new battle. This is the same battle. I'm losing my mind.
Hope you find it. Could be anywhere in the prairies.
It's cold out there, too.
It's hibernating for the winter. You're going to have to thaw it out when spring comes.
It's more of a flash freeze type of thing.
Is that just a little bit wide from Logan Essex in the Sennheiser Racing team, leading Boomertech Racing up the hill. The scene of a little bit too much excitement between 5th and 6th a couple laps ago.
It's been a clean one out there so far. I mean, we've had some minor spins here and there, but field is getting well and truly spread out. We've got all the cars from 6th place and up that are still on the lead lap, but our leader, Josh Soto, is ticking them off and lapping guys left and right. And at this rate, there won't be too many left on the lead lap. unless a caution shows up here.
Fastest lap of the race belongs to this car and this driver, a 1:36.3. And his averages have been pretty good as well.
Yeah, taking chunks out of that Alpha Velocita car. Little chunks, but chunks nonetheless.
Matt had a bit of attitude over the crest. Foxtrot Racing, Jordan Johnson. It's in 10th of his best on the last lap, and this one looks like it's going all right as well. Two of them absolutely class of the field at the moment because it's starting to be a significant gap that Foxtrot Racing have got over third place, Box 5 Motorsports Scarlet with Logan Frey. This is Heartland Autosport Glitch in the hairpin. That's the rear. Oh.
Just about goes away. Had a lot of people
out of that one with a judicious use of the brake.
I was going to say, we've had a lot of people struggling with the rear tires by the looks of things.
That's a little out wide. Track temp checkup. We've got another degree. We're up to 67
Woo.
on track. That 7 mile an hour wind is
Down a little bit.
just a little bit to keep in mind, though. Coming from the southwest. What's the orientation of the track here?
I'll let you
Pretty
search
sure the Andretti hairpin is north. So from the southwest would be pretty well a tailwind on the pit straight here.
Mm-hmm. We're kind of seeing those cars. We're watching Zeus Dalston, but we're kind of seeing the 3 cars behind him all compressed together, trending towards battle. And it'll be lap traffic for Drive Trainer. But the other Spinny Boys car getting a little closer. Oh, actually, no, I'm misreading that. So the Spinny Boys yellow car, the blue one in the back of the picture, will be catching up to Bowie Suin in that Drive Trainer car. And this will be for position. And the two of them, if they get close together, are going to be battling with Josh Soto right behind them, looking to put a lap on both of them.
HJBC.live has live timing if you're looking to keep up with any particular cars, keep across some of the lap times, and it will show you. But, Spinny Boys Yellow is one of the quicker cars on track at the moment.
Yeah, averaging almost 2 seconds a lap faster than that Drive Trainer car ahead. So when David Martin gets there, he's going to get there, and I think he's going to drive around him pretty quick.
Yeah, so here comes some battles in the second phase of the race. With Spinny Boys Yellow catching Drive Trainer Motorsport, Boomertech Racing catching Sennhauser Racing Team. And I think I see Spinny Boys Green looking to unlap themselves on third place as well at the moment. Looking to get around Logan Frey in the Box 5 Motorsports Scarlet. It's a bit wide, a bit wide from Bowie Suin there in the Drive Trainer Motorsports car. What about Logan Frey up the hill here towards the carousel? Typically, if someone's trying to unlap themselves and they're a bit quicker than you, best served to let them go. So, a few places to keep our eyes right now.
Yeah, I'm actually seeing a move here from 6th place on 5th, and that's up the inside for David Martin, and he kind of gets it done pretty quickly like we expected. Eyes set forward. And we'll see if Bowie Suin has anything to fight back with him or if he decides just to follow along. But that settles that one quickly. Not settled yet, though. In turn one, Johnny Wall takes evasive action as Logan Essex gets it a little bit wrong in that Sennhauser car.
Yeah, Sennhauser Racing Team getting into the hairpin. Too hot, losing the rear, and this time we don't have a T-bone incident. Boomertech Racing get through for their 8th place. It's outright leader lurking behind this group as well. Just trying to get a peek. Did Spinny Boys Green manage to get their lap back in that situation yet as well?
They haven't sorted out just yet. They're still following Logan Fry pretty closely.
Oh, and Heartland Autosports glitch off the track as well. So just getting out of the way.
Too wide is Logan Fry. And Logan Fry lets Brooks Clayton go at the hairpin, or at the corkscrew. But anyway, we'll follow along here with Josh Soto as he's watching the battle ahead of him.
They got close in that battle there as well. Osuin closed up back a little bit. Slipstream in these cars should be relatively strong. You can go with someone if you're close to them, but then there are a lot of just little corners where you can have a mistake, like running out wide there. You drop a tiny bit of time and the other car can get away more easily here at Laguna Seca than you could at Daytona on the road course or at Road America.
Oh, and Soto just makes up so much time under braking. With a little blink there. Oh, and Soto's going to have the outside that soon gets out of the way. Not a bad idea to let Soto by, though, because if you can get that draft, maybe he's going to pass Martin at a slightly less opportune time and give you a chance to get back to him.
Always a chance of that. Dude, there's my Miata's also gotten past Sennhauser Racing Team. I suspect we're about to see why as we look at a replay of Sennhauser Racing Team. That car is looking very free and they spin it around.
Yeah, you're always kind of battling for front end grip in these things when you set them up. So it's not a huge surprise to see a lot of guys with their custom setups maybe getting it a little too pointy.
I feel like you can get away with half a tire off track there when you in the past couldn't.
Yeah, it feels like it used to kind of suck you off. There was so little grip on the dirt that it would just pull you off the track because you couldn't load the outside tires. But nowadays you can run it out wide there and just have two tires in the dirt gripping a little bit. Josh Soto's closing up though and looking to make his move on David Martin. And Boy Suin's dropped back a little bit. Martin's showing some good pace, though, now that he's passed Suin.
The difference, it's just all in the braking, isn't it? I mean, it just looks like it. And here we go.
Going to be too wide for a moment. And Martin gives it up. And Josh Soto beats him right off the corner.
So Joshua Soto, Alpha Velocita, now lapped up to...
That was 5th place.
6th place. Yeah, 5th place. Yep. Just got past 6th and 5th there.
I think David Martin's trying to take some notes from Josh Soto. learning a little bit. It is kind of subtle how you have to be fast around here. The ways you maximize this track, it being so flowing. Oh, and Martin conks the inside curb there. 2 tires up in the air and scraping the underside of the car. Logan Fry, meanwhile, has found his way around Brooks Clayton in the Spinny Boys car. Looks like Brooks Clayton kind of got it a little wrong on the exit of turn 1 and decided to let Logan Fry by. Now Fry's letting Brooks back by. A little bit of gamesmanship going on there, perhaps. Maybe Fry's thinking that he can save some fuel if he runs in the draft. Didn't seem to have more pace than Brooks did, all on his own. We'll see that this is actually the Drive Trainer Motorsports car. And, Drive Trainer Motorsports now too wide in real time. But, yeah, and that's because he's had a spin and he's let a few cars by as he's recovered. And Bowie Suin is now trying to have to find his way around Paul Casca, running for the 212 racing car there. It's always so nervy through that corner. Every single time you do it, it wakes you up. Bowie.
Casca up into 6th here. One thing to keep in mind with 212 Racing is they stopped 12 laps earlier than everyone else, so about 20 minutes earlier than everyone else, carrying a little bit less fuel at this stage, but they did one of their driver changes early there. And then this phase of the race, with the second drivers in the car going well. 212 Racing as far as their pace relative to the rest of the field's concerned. This is the race leader, Joshua Soto. 17 seconds from Foxtrot Racing, Jordan Johnson. It's gone back and forth between, I think it started at 18 seconds after the pit stops, went out to 20, now back down to 17. Soto, through this stint, has worked his way through a fair chunk of traffic.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, he's now officially crossed that 2-hour threshold to where he had to make a driver change. So these laps he's running now aren't counting on the final standing sheet. So he'll still be listed as leading, but running like an EC car, like we said.
Here's Jordan Johnson second, having taken over from Nancy Fox after the first stint in the Foxtrot Racing car. I bet you can dance, Devon.
You can dance if you want to.
You leave your friends behind.
That's what Nancy Foxtrot's doing. Sorry, that's what Jordan Johnson's doing in this Foxtrot racing car. He's got a couple of lap cars, though, coming up in his world.
Yeah, that group that we'd seen, Spinny Boys Yellow, 212 Racing, and also 212 Racing. He has gotten past Drive Trainer already, and just.
Ooh.
So looking at who's done how many laps, the longest anyone went anyone went in the first stint, 49 laps from box 5 and Spinny Boys Gold. 50 for Dude There's My Miata. Well, you got 212 Racing coming up on the 40th lap of their stint here. 28 for Alpha Felicina and Foxtrot Racing.
Logan Fry is catching up to Brooks Clayton in that Spinny Boys car. Gonna try and overtake him, I think, shortly. That's for a lap, but this Spinny Boys green car has kind of been an eventful one to be around, so I figure we better keep our eyes over here.
They got no more bumpers in in the trailer. They left bumpers in turn 1. They left bumpers in the penultimate corner.
Yeah. And Fry closes up. We got Alexander running in the Dude There's My Miata car just behind him too, if you're wondering. And Dude Where's My Miata is battling for position with Brooks Clayton. So you'd think that if you're Clayton, you want to make this overtake as painless as possible.
Yeah, so the third place running car sandwiched between a battle for position for 9th and 10th, where the 9th and 10th place cars seem like they might be a little bit faster. Here comes Alexander Miljevic.
Putting some pressure on. Saying, come on, Logan, get it done.
I'm looking at all of those flags on the car.
Drivetrainer Motorsports has just had a big moment going into one, locks it up, and then you'll see he kind of gets the rear end sliding like we've been seeing, and then that car goes away from him. He bumps over the curb and ends up spinning around back the other way.
Like a record, baby, right round, round, round. Yeah, he found almost a little landmine there.
Battle's still going, though, for our third place driver, and he lets Alex by, and maybe the two of them battling will give him a chance to get by cleanly.
Yeah, Miljevic gets a lap back on the car running in third, to then line up the car running in 9th in this battle for position. So we got the battle of two cars that have been through the lane twice. And they've made contact before, and it was the reason for some of those second stops.
It suits Logan to back off like that. He says that his spirit animal for racing is a capybara.
They're pretty chill. They're pretty chill.
Yeah, he's decided he's just going to watch. And while we got Logan on the screen, might as well shout out his sponsor. He's got 6 a.m. Films on the car. That's what the logo is on the hood. Logan Fry's running that purple and black livery. And then they got, what's that on the side of the car? I'm trying to read it too. Box. Oh no, Smith and Nephew was the other one he mentioned. Anyway.
I think Miljevich's gonna line this up in a second, having really closed up on Brooks Clayton.
Cool. And both of them running real wide on the exit.
Good run through that penultimate corner.
Oh, it gets close there.
Yeah, nearly says, I've had yours, how about you have my front bumper? It wasn't to happen in the battle between 9th and 10th.
They get that big draft over the hill. Not quite enough to get alongside this time, but time's a little better. Maybe it'll work for him. See a little smoke in the air too there. I wonder what that was about.
Well, get comfy in your seat, I reckon, because they're only 5 or 6 seconds behind Boomer Tech Racing, and they've actually been catching for position there as well, because we know that this is 2 relatively quick cars, but they've been through the pit lane twice each.
Good run.
For bumper replacements, front wheel alignments, all of that stuff. Alexander Miljevic, dude, there's my Miata. Well, there it is. It's down the inside, but he gets in so hot. He's going to push out a little bit wide. The over-under could be on here for Spinny Boys Green, and indeed it is. Brooks Clayton gets a great apex, great run up the hill, but now drops back in line to stay in 10th for the run up the Rahal straight. You caught just a tiny, tiny glimpse of Boomer Tech Racing 5 seconds up the road. The next target for Alexander Miljevic. Maybe his buddies call him Milo.
Oh, Milo runs it a little bit wide on the exit.
Didn't say that means you could. Getting real buddy there, Devin.
It's got a... We actually share a name. That's my middle name there. Spelled the same way as him as everything.
Miljevic?
No.
Devin Miljevic Peters.
There's my Norwegian heritage poking through. Miljevic is going to get a gap going though. And that looks like it's that battle more or less sorted for the minute. We'll see if Logan Fry decides to get back involved now. So the next thing I'm seeing is that Foxtrot Racing. Oh, yeah. We're watching Powell in 212 Racing get it all wrong in the final corner there. And he was pushing hard to try and stay up with Foxtrot. Gets pointed the right way, but does give up. That's just track position to Zeus Alston in the Heartland Autosports car. It's driving away now. I really appreciate the spirit of the drive trainer guys. Sorry, the Heartland Autosports guys. The entry says, you know, if there was enough people racing lawnmowers, we'd probably be racing lawnmowers. Just guys who love a little bit of racing. They're always out here for us, putting on a good show.
Quickest cars in order: Alpha Velocita, Foxtrot Racing, and then Spinny Boys Yellow. Then Dude There's My Miata. So fourth quickest cars. Dude There's My Miata down in ninth, closing up with a little bit to do.
We've had an overtake, but not the kind you're thinking of. Boomer's Tech Racing has now overtaken Alpha Velocita for most incidents on the track, up to 37. Tied with Alpha Velocita, technically. And Foxtrot Racing actually isn't that far behind with 30, and 10 of them coming in this stint. Got 27 right now for the Spinny Boys in green. 24 for Drive Trainer Motorsport. And Box 5 Motorsports. And then 21 for Powell Casca. And Dude There's My Miata. So once you're under that sort of 20 incident number, don't have to worry that much. But if you want to be the cleanest driver on the track, you'll need that. Alpha Velocita comes by and makes a very easy move on Logan Essex in that Sennhauser racing team car.
So we just passed the halfway point of the race. The ChampCar iRacing 4.5 hours of Laguna Seca. 2 hours 15 done. 2 hours 13 still to go. Let's pick a car to ride on board with this phase of the race. Honestly, I'm feeling the 112. Dude There's My Miata. And Alexander Milojevich. Milo. Let's ride on board a lap or two here of Laguna Seca. So for a bit there, we were with Dude, there's my Miata. They're pulling away from Spinny Boys Green, pulling up towards Boomertech Racing. 212 Racing, Pavel Kaska putting a lap on Heartland Autosports glitch. Zeus Dalston there by the look of things. Pavel Kaska's moving along well, but he's moving to the pit entry right now. They stopped a little early in the first phase, so they're also one of the first cars to pit. So we come around to the second grouping of pit stops. ChampCar iRacing, 4.5 hours of Laguna Seca. Pavel Kaska was the second driver in the 212 racing car to drive. We've got a third driver who's yet to drive, Andrew Rasmussen, because Matt Z has already clocked 35 laps. And are we going to see Kaska out? And we are going to see Rasmussen in. So this is the first car I can think of that we've seen all three drivers in, as far as three driver teams are concerned. Speedy Boys Yellow have still got Alex Harrison to get in their three driver lineup. Boomertech Racing has still got Jamie Warlack to get in their third driver lineup, and Spinny Boys Green has still got Jeremy Castro yet to be seen, and Austin Tucker for Spinny Boys Gold. 212 Racing are the first to get, all three drivers behind the wheel so far today. Back now on Dude, There's My Miata. Alexander Miljevic's been chipping out of Johnny Wall like it's Berlin 1989. Closing in on that 7th place. Boomertech Racing have been through the pit lane once. Dude, There's My Miata have been through twice after they spun in the hairpin and then got T-boned, did big damage on their suspension. So that's seen them have to pit another time for repairs. Alexander Miljevic trying to bring the car back through the lane. As far as when we might see the next pit stops, having seen 212 after 50 laps, the next I'd probably expect to see is our leader, Joshua Soto. Oh, that's way off the track. Way off the track for Boomertech Racing. No speed coming onto the pit straight. And for 7th place, here goes Smiljevic comfortably down the inside on the way to the hairpin.
Oh, that was an exciting moment. Apparently Johnny's in the car and telling stories the whole time to the pit wall. I'm hearing that... he says his wheel is the one that Scott Sharp was using when he crashed at Road Atlanta, so it still has red clay dust in it. He was hoping he could avoid a crash using it. That incident put them up to 40 incident points, so 10 more incident points, and they'll be looking at a drive-through potentially. And I think those drive-throughs are definitely going to be a factor here in the second phase of the race, as we're coming towards 2 hours to go. Ooh, last corner, Zeus Dalston is making an overtake on Andrew Rasmussen. Rasmussen kind of got it all wrong going into the last corner, turned it in, and the car did not comply. And you'll see it here, it kind of snaps some oversteer, and Dalston has to take an evasive action. Might be wondering when Andrew Rasmussen came in the car. It's very recent. He's out there on those cold tires, so that's why we're seeing some of these issues pop up for him, I think. Two running a slightly alternate strategy.
Do you know Andrew Rasmussen's spirit animal?
I'll research it.
You'll do the digging, okay. Maybe his spirit animal does digging too. We'll find out. Yeah. Do foxes dig? They can dig through the snow.
Yep.
Snow foxes.
Yeah, foxes will dig, absolutely. They'll burrow, and I had to dodge one the other day on the highway. But,
Big news. There's an albino wallaby that lives in, or albino as some might say, lives near Bathurst. Right? So it's been seen many a time on a broadcast. The white wallaby of the mountain. It has a baby. It's got a joey. It's got a white baby wallaby. Generations to come, we'll see the mythical white wallaby.
I'm very glad to hear that.
And next weekend, the Bathurst International, the TCR World Tour, takes on the mountain. Excited for that.
Nice. Always good to see cars going around Bathurst. Very envious of that track. Would really like to go one day.
Yeah, it really is a challenge to, I guess, end up in the opportunity to be able to cut any racing laps at Bathurst. Even some of the relatively inexpensive support categories I saw on the Bathurst 12-hour weekend this year, there was Formula Fords and historic Formula Fords, and I think they were allowed 50 cars. They had 50, so the organizer is then selecting entries based on who's most active in, state level Formula Ford racing and state level historics and such. So even if you owned a Formula Ford racer and you had the money to pay your entry, you'd still need to be selected at the promoter's discretion, and that's not even to think about GT3 racing or anything else that you'd have to fork out a pretty penny for to be able to get on the mountain. Well, only a limited number of events a year because it is a street circuit.
Glorious street indeed. Watching now, I believe this is 212 and Heartland Autosports Glitch that are getting kind of close together on track. And this is fourth position. Oh boy, that got sketchy for Zeus Dalston. He's going to give that spot up to Andrew Rasmussen. Comes around. Oh, and then goes all four tires off himself. And neither one really seems to want to commit to being on the racetrack. But Rasmussen's managed to make it by.
Did your digging turn up anything yet, or was I not paying attention?
I took a look, and Rasmussen has committed the sin of not filling out the driver survey. So no spirit animal for him.
We get to make one up for him. We get to make one up for him.
Okay, we'll have to consider. This likes to go out in the dirt. Maybe some sort of boar, wallowing in the mud.
All right, I see that.
We're watching Alpha Velocita come around now. It's still Josh Soto at the wheel. Gonna put some cars a lap down. Looks like third place is the next one up.
Fourth on back or a lap down to either Josh or Soto, but next up, Logan Fry in box 5, Motorsports Scarlet.
Oh, Soto had a big blink there, a big disconnect for a moment, but he's back. Don't break any parts on these virtual endurance races, but you do get little dramas like that sometimes. Once in a while a wheel goes or a pedal goes. Soto's racing real hard here. Would like to put that car a lap down. Logan's fries come in after that stint from Sean at the start, and
Ooh.
Yep.
Just gonna let Soto go. Gets another nibble of that curb.
Mm-hmm. And then there were
Ends up
two.
going ahead.
Now we got Josh Soto and Jordan Johnson, the only two cars left on the lead lap. And this long opening run doesn't show any signs of stopping.
So, Dude, There's My Miata did catch and pass Boomer Tech Racing. Next up might be Spinny Boys Green here with 8th and 9th place. Not very far away at all from seeing some more pit stops, though. I reckon you're 2 away from the leaders like Alpha Velocita and Foxtrot. And in the case of Spinny Boy... no, not in the case of Spinny Boys Green, because they pitted a bit later after they made their repairs. In the case of Boomer Tech Racing, probably also 3 or 4 laps there as well.
Mm-hmm. Our leaders are on one strategy for sure, but seeing a little bit of divergence further through the field.
How about a little bit of Spinny Boy versus Spinny Boy coming up here as well? David Martin's been catching Brian LeBlanc for that 4th place.
Yeah, my Canadian driver there, Brian LeBlanc, needs to defend the honor of the entire country. He's got a little bit of backup in the form of Zeus Dalston as the other Canadian on the grid.
That's a tiny bit wide from Boomer Tech. Brooks Clayton with the run up the hill. Elevation really exaggerates it.
He might have his chance here going into 10. He sticks nose at the inside. Oh!
And he thought he was going to lose it there.
Yeah.
He tried to show the nose down the inside in a place that you wouldn't normally pass. That looked a little reactionary from Johnny Wall to try to close it off. He wasn't initially planning on defending that corner until he's like, hang on, is this guy actually going to give it a go? And maybe shut it off a little late. Definitely not the place you'd think of going for the overtake. For Sennhauser Racing Team this is, Logan Essex. We're about to spot the replay. They go in hot. They go in too hot. And the only way for Essex is a half spin and then to try to pick it up. No positions lost, but it puts him very, very close to 212 Racing and Andrew Rasmussen. Only 1 second between them at the moment. Less than a second between Boomer Tech Racing and Spinny Boys Green. Less than a second between Spinny Boys Gold and Spinny Boys Yellow. The racing track at the moment is 25% Spinny Boy by volume. And this is once again Johnny Wall trying to defend. He's got the inside line there. Can you go for the over-under in Brooks Clayton's position?
He's sure trying to. He's going to get the run and the draft up the hill. And the draft being exaggerated a little bit by the wind. Oh, it's tight. It's hard to go too wide through the corkscrew. And they won't.
A little bit more overlap again on the exit of the corkscrew. Brooks Clayton, he's around the outside. He's already shown what's in his hand for trying to pass down the inside here, but off the road goes Johnny Wall. Through goes Brooks Clayton. Bowie Surin for Drive Trainer Motorsports hits the pit lane. We're about to see a couple more pit stops. This is Sennhauser and Hartlett? No. 212 Racing's already gotten past Sennhauser.
Spinny Boys Gold and Yellow.
It's all happening everywhere suddenly, Devin.
Yeah, all these cars that had been separated by seconds are right on top of each other. So Brian LeBlanc is trying to hold off David Martin behind him. And Martin's definitely got some pace. He's been shown in the past 5 laps. He's about a second a lap faster. Second a lap is a big margin, but it will take a good move to make it work around here. He's looking up the inside, but it's just a look, or is it? I think the team car's trying to let him by, and sure enough, he does. So Spinny Boys Yellow gets by, and Spinny Boys Gold carries on. And Gold is, of course, the car that's running for the points championship. Looking over now at Heartland Autosports Glitch, though. Oh, okay.
Gotta have eyes everywhere, and we're gonna have to have eyes for the pit lane in a second as well. I think it's about to get very, very busy. Drivetrainer Motorsports are leaving. Kyle Robertson, you can see where they're going to rejoin, not far behind Sennhauser Racing Team and Heartland Autosports Glitch.
Drivetrainer's car shining in the sun, no doubt, thanks to their sponsors, 10 Flat Detailing on the car.
Could Bowie Sewin give the... Sorry, Kyle Robertson, it was Bowie Sewin before, give the steering wheel a bit of a shake on his way there, like, okay, where's the grip at on these new tyres? Got a couple of cars in front of me that are for position, 2 seconds, and then another 2 seconds, and then another 2 seconds up the road. Just got to feel where the grip is at. Joshua Soto, have you done what I think you've done on pit entry?
Oh, no. Oh, no. Did he tag? Oh, he tagged someone. He tagged
the replay.
Yeah, he's going for the inside. And just punts.
Pit lane speed limit doesn't start until there. My oh my. He's made contact on pit entry.
Yeah, he's going to have to use a fast repair.
We're running out of new front bumpers, but he's going to get one. In white, I guess it checks out. Tyre change is going on there as well. Foxtrot Racing, driver change there for Nancy Fox. So Nancy Fox replaces Jordan Johnson in the Foxtrot Racing car. Damage repair going on for Alpha Velocita. A couple of cars are going longer into this stint. Like Box 5 Motorsports went longer in the first stint. They're going longer in the second stint. It's Mont Blanc kicking up some of the dust. And this is Logan Fry for Box 5 Motorsports.
Yeah, Brian hasn't given up on the chase of his teammate. Watching the pit lane here now, I got Foxtrot Racing, and they have done a driver change to go with this fuel stop, and that's Nancy Fox in the car. And just
flag out for Alpha Velocita, and maybe with that pit entry, he did get in too hot, or with the contact got forced off the line into the dirt, and it's been judged either speeding in the pit lane or an unsafe pit entry. I think they both carry the same penalty. So Foxtrot Racing, Nancy Fox heads out after a minute 20 of refueling that car. It takes a while, a couple jugs, couple Hunsakers to fill that thing up. Meanwhile, Joshua Soto still left sitting, only just rolling now. We're just out of the pit lane now. Jordan Johnson, he's done all right as far as the pace is concerned, but his biggest gift to Nancy Fox is just keeping it clean.
Logan Fry is making a move on James Wolak in that Boomer Tech car that has just come out of the pit, and Wolak is feeling a little shaky, I think, as he finds the grip in those tires. Cold tires still factor out here, even though it's daytime. The track temp is only up to 69 degrees, nice, and the cars are slipping and sliding around. Wolak is, according to his bio, God's gift to racing shitboxes. So we'll see what he has to deliver as he comes out for his first stint.
We've had a second pit stop from every car but Box 5 Motorsports and Spinny Boys Gold, so we're expecting to see some of them right on cue. Here comes the Fry to the lane. Spinny Boys Gold in as well, so that's going to clear off this second phase of stops. Critically, what we've noticed is every stint on these fuel tanks just a little shorter than 90 from the lead. Nancy Fox spins in the final corner, still with an advantage over Joshua Soto, enough to not need to worry too much about it, but those cold tires proving lethal. First time through the final corner on new tires for Nancy Fox. Big slide.
Well, it's so easy to get it wrong out there with these things right now. The tire warm-up so exaggerated right now. But underway and kept it out of the walls. That's the key. We're going to see a pass deep in the field. We got Kyle Robertson in that Drivetrainer Motorsports car coming up on Zeus Dalston. And this is for position. Both of them a lap down. Dalston has been running consistent laps out there, but is just a little bit slower. And it looks like he's going to
gave that up. He was off the racing line in a wide direction, not in a defensive way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, doesn't want to race too hard. There's an hour and 45 left, but we are in the back half. You know, got to start worrying about those positions eventually. And we got two new drivers in. That's Austin Tucker in the Speedy Boys Gold, and pulling away is Ismail Ublal, who is doing his first stint for us. And Ismail is taking over that third place car.
So recapping then, and again, HJBC.live has the live timing. Foxtrot Racing lead. Just 9 seconds, though, over Joshua Soto at the moment. With that pit lane entry penalty for Alpha Velocita, it looks like a couple more cars have snuck back on the lead lap. So Dude There's My Mayada run third at the moment from Spinny Boys Green and Fox 5 Motorsports. After that stop, are now fifth. For a while, they were absolutely nailed to third place. They got a bit of work to get that one back. We'll see what kind of pace Ismail Ublal will bring to this car.
Yeah. Haven't seen anything from Ismail in almost 2 hours at this point. More than 2 hours, because he did a couple laps in the warm-ups and looked like he had a good pace, but you know, everything's different. Track's a little dirtier, rubbered in. So bet you that car's feeling pretty different than it did. Watching again the blue Spinny Boys yellow car as they approach James Wolak in that Boomer Tech Racing vehicle. Still looking a little squirmy under braking is that Boomer Tech car. Alex Harrison's also on cold tires. 2 laps newer. So the two of them will be having a cold tire showdown here. Harrison's closing up. We've seen a lot of Harrison in these endurance races and in the sprint series. He's a pretty competent MX-5 driver. So we'll see if he's got anything for that James Wolak piloted Boomer Tech car ahead. Won't be for position, this just for lapping, but position on track. Oh, and they get real close together in the braking zone. Oh, that was a scary moment for Alex. And Alex Harrison's coming on up the hill. Got a little bit of a run, but that moment in 5, I think, spooked him and then caused him to give a little bit of extra space. And he'll have to regain that ground before he's able to try again at an overtake. But I think he knows where to do it based on that braking point. Oh, and the gap closes under braking. That was a straight line from Wolak.
Yeah, a bit of front bumper, rear bumper on the way, braking into the final corner.
Harrison will have the draft, though, and I think he'll have the ability under braking to secure this one. We're watching the replay here yet. Wolak brakes in a straight line. It's just not straight relative to the rest of the track. Harrison's up the inside now and brakes later and takes the spot away from Wolak into 1. And that's a lap for Alex Harrison. And Harrison will be looking forward because Austin Tucker is in the the Spinny Boys gold car that's ahead of him on the track. And Tucker would like to get back ahead of that, I got to think. Has been faster than Tucker has Harrison. So see if that gap closes up over the next little bit here.
Maybe a touch wide of the apex from Spinny Boys Gold, then heading onto the Rahal Straight, heading up towards Mighty Corkscrew. A couple little flashes of the brake lights there. Partly to slow it down, partly to get it turned in.
Got to drive these Miatas with the brake pedals, you know. They love to dance around the corners. Especially these NDs, they, you know, really compliant suspension from the factory. Really like to roll a lot. Hearing a car on the pit lane, that's Boomer Tech hitting the pit lane. A little surprised to see that. I wonder if the car was handling a little.
They were off cycle in some way, somehow. So I've lost my laps since last pit graphic, but.
Oh, he's driving through. Oh, you know what this is?
50?
He hit 50. Yeah, he hit 52 incidents and took his first drive through. So that is the penalty that awaits if you reach those 50 instant points. And we got a few people in spin distance. Alpha Velocita and Josh Soto up to 45 incidents. So he's likely to accumulate one here shortly. Foxtrot Racing has Nancy Fox back in the car, and she did 21 instant points on the first stint. Team has a total of 32, so if she does another one of those, she'll be back in the pit lane. And then Box 5 Motorsports, Spinny Boys Green, and 212 are all in the sort of situation where they could end up doing that as well. We'll see. We got Nancy Fox catching up to Alex Harrison in that Spinny Boys yellow car now. So this will be a lap. And if you're Alex Harrison, you don't want to be a lap down. We haven't seen a caution yet, but critical to stay ahead if you want to regain all the time you can.
I think what's critical to it is when a caution comes out, if you're on the lead lap, you can pit the same time as the leaders and gain back time. Whereas if you're one lap down, you've got to stay out to get waved around. You probably won't get your whole lap back and you won't have the opportunity to pit. So if you'd already, say, made your final pit stop, it could work out for you. But if you're like, oh, this would be a good window to take my final pit stop, you're rocking a hard place. You want to get your lap back, but that involves staying out. And I think staying out and needing the leaders to pit as well. So it gets tougher there. I don't think Foxtrot Racing have led any laps in the last 2 hours or so, but here they are back in the race lead.
Yeah, I'm watching a battle too a little deeper down the field. Logan Sennhauser and Kyle Robertson were real close on track. Kyle Robertson on the straight gets the run and takes the spot up the inside. Two of them aren't racing for position in the grid, but position on the track.
Dude, there's my Miata pit. Again, they were a team a little off cycle. They were running later because I think they ran about 4 or 5 laps after one of their previous stops before spinning out, getting T-boned. Is that where your pit stall is? That is where their pit stall is. Alexander Miljevic's going to get some service there. They're out of 3rd now.
Yeah, expecting to see Ray Lombardi hop back in that car. Ray had a pretty good first stint.
Oh, I was about to say not seeing it yet, but I am seeing it now. Here comes the Lombardi once again.
Mm-hmm.
It's only lumbar support if it comes from the Lombardi region. Otherwise, it's just sparkling posture.
Oh, somebody come help David Haynes. Some sort of professional, maybe.
Yeah, I don't need any amateur help, that's for sure. And again, the unbranded Costco Kirkland brand Spinny Boy, the yellow machine, Alex Harrison, the number 4 car. It's 8 seconds behind its teammate Spinny Boy's gold.
Now what's happened?
Only just off the lead lap. What are you looking at?
I missed Spinny Boy's green overtaking Box 5 Motorsports, but it must have happened in the pit cycle because Box 5 Motorsports was occupying 4th, or 3rd place forever is 4th. Oh, and that's because Spinny Boy's green, I understand, has not pit yet in this cycle.
Because they pit after 12 laps after one of their previous stops to fit their 3rd nose of the race.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Just trying to figure out how that had transpired. A couple gold cars.
There's a punch card system after the 9th. It's the 10th one's free.
Mm-hmm. A couple of gold cars getting close together on track. We got Spinny Boy's gold driving up to that golden car piloted by Ray Lombardi.
So, dude, there's my Miata. About to go a lap down here. Heading up the hill underneath one of the access bridges. Right back onto the racing line. Spinny Boy's goals go through. Race leader, and that lead is down now to 5.6 seconds. Soto with a pit lane penalty back into 2nd place. Cost him an extra 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, and on the verge of another. He's keeping it clean, though. Haven't seen an instant point from him in a while.
Well, he gave a couple to Boomer Tech on the pit entry, if you recall, and that got Boomer Tech racing a little bit closer to the 50. Now, if 4 gets you over 50, you are already pretty close. Might get a little bit more attention from 212 racing right now. Oh, yep, there it is. There's a couple more, I think. Maybe 212 racing trying to get around the outside. Let's put the lap on James Orlack in the Boomer Tech racing machine. And again, another place you don't really expect to pass, but 212 went for it. Got around the outside after just a little scrape.
Yeah, side-by-side contact like that's going to cost you. Following along now with that 212 car. See what Rasmussen can do. And actually, we should probably check in with Alex Harrison, who's about in 6th place, and he's coming up the hill behind Ray Lombardi. Lombardi's been doing his best to respect the blue flags that are getting waved behind him, so expecting we'll see a little bit more of that out of him. Though these cars are both, no, they're one lap separates them. And in the meantime, you see the red car at the front of the shot. That's Nancy. At the back of the shot is Josh Soto in the white car, and that's 1st and 2nd overall. Though, of course, Soto's running EC today. No teammate.
Oh, in deep goes Lombardi. By mistake or by intention.
Yeah, cleanly done. Doesn't cost himself too much. And we'll see. We're going to have Soto trying to navigate both of these guys shortly.
Can't flash the headlights in this car. You should be able to. Don't think you can. Flash the headlights on the Toyota 86.
iRacing.
Headlights on the TCRs.
We've seen that the pace cars don't have headlights. Sometimes.
Lombardi looking pretty good back up the hill here, though. Right behind Alex Harrison and Spinny Boys Yellow. And then now there's Joshua Soto.
Off the inside. It's a tricky spot to overtake, but he makes it work. Helps to have a little bit of help from the other guy.
So he's going to look... No, not going to look to the inside on turn 1. I'd always feel the temptation to just look, because if you do, you don't know what you might get. The old doesn't hurt to ask situation. Get past on the exit, though, and then into... I think the track wants us to call turn 4.
Kyle Robertson is looking to make his own overtake from 8th place. He's going to be making a move here on James Lolak, coming down into 1. Lap separating these guys as well, but all of the spots count. And Robertson makes the move, makes it clean. So the track's still staying pretty busy out there, despite the separation between the grid. 5 cars still running on the lead lap. That's Foxtrot Racing, Alpha Velocita, Spinny Boys Green, Box 5 Motorsports, and Spinny Boys Gold.
It's not quite where the track goes. The Box 5 Motorsports.
Yeah, Ishmael's been putting together a pretty good pace, consistently in the 37s.
Yeah, almost half a second a lap catching Spinny Boys Green as well the last couple. Although we're not far from that car pitting, are we?
We're not, and expecting that car will need a little bit of fuel. So it might work out for them, though.
This is going to be touch and go, because the longest I've seen, any car go in this race is 50 laps. The projection has 55 to go. So there's a chance that they'll be the first car to make their last stop. But I think... Whoa, it'll be touch and go. They've really got to extend this stint out and then extend the next out as well.
Yeah, I kind of like their odds. They're only 45 laps into it, so if they can do 5 more laps, that puts them right there.
Yeah, okay.
So the change your bumper 3 times strategy might actually have some merit after all.
Hopefully they'll roll up to the next race, sponsored by Rusty's medicated bumper ointment.
Yeah, they need some of that, I'd say.
Ciao. Race cars don't need bumpers because the track is always lit. The Sennhauser Racing team might be the next to catch Boomer Tech Racing. You can see the gap between them there. Not almost a second, but more than half a second quicker last lap. Logan Sennhauser's back in that car after Logan Essex was in it. I assume these days Boomer Tech is a landline phone and paying for cable.
Oh, something like that. I think Jamie here would argue that the 96 Thunderbird that he loves to rent is some Boomer Tech. They race. He races most often with the Flying Hawaiians in their 240Z. He says Says that he has many accomplishments on his resume, including rollerblading to work on a regular basis. And once he ate 60 chicken McNuggets in an hour. I think you could beat that.
I reckon I could get to 100. I think I've eaten 100 chicken wings.
Perhaps the most interesting fact of all on that bio is that he says he's got a 1/5 scale head gasket of a Honda F41 tattooed on his right arm. I guess just so you know what it looks like, right? That's good stuff.
Okay. There's Boomer Tech still being pursued by Sennheiser Racing Team. That interval sits at about 2 seconds or so. Oh, it sits at a little less than 2 seconds now. Logan Sennheiser did get the full second out of Boomer Tech Racing last lap around as well. So no short change on that.
Oh, big moment, a little deeper in the field. That's Spinny Boy's yellow was way off. Oh, and there's contact too with Ray Lombardi. Oh, I'll have to back that one up a little bit. So Alex Harrison's coming in and he gets it all wrong on the exit. All 4 tires off, the car's drifting around, and then Ray Lombardi, who'd been making a little bit of ground on him, all of a sudden is coming through at a great rate of knots, and the two of them bang doors, and Harrison's all 4 tires off again. So a little bit of mistakes there piling up for Alex Harrison. Luckily, both guys are able to keep it pointed the right way. Had my fingers itching on the safety car button there.
No false alarms, please.
Yeah, don't want to accidentally call one of those.
So this is Logan Sennheiser. He was in pursuit of Boomer Tech Racing. That's put a little dampener on it. Got a bit too close, got a bit too excited. Off the road for the 32.
Yeah. Easy
The
to
team
do.
with the least incident points, and still the team with the least incident points.
Yeah, been driving clean all day. It's actually...
Logan himself's driven the bulk of the laps for the car, and he's only had 3. It's his teammate Logan Essex who's been greedy and racked up 6.
I was saying that one of them was 50% of the ones he's accumulated so far. So.
Well, that's 33.
Yeah.
I am shocked, nay, floored, that the cleanest car in this race is the one with the big Monster Energy logo. It's the general rule of iRacing official racing is if you line up on the grid next to someone in a Red Bull paint, give them an extra 12 inches of space.
Heck, I'd give him 2 feet.
If you look across and they've got an Ayrton Senna replica helmet.
Oh, 3 feet.
Yeah. Don't leave a gap. That's all I'll say. I think the only exception being made to that these days is that looks to be a sort of a Ken Block tribute, and that's a little different to being a Senna Red Bull wannabe.
Yeah.
Wondering, Spinny Boys Green, how much further do they go into this? Ishmael Ublal's pursuing for position, doesn't actually need to catch and pass because we're only a couple laps away from Spinny Boys Green needing to pit, but it's an hour 22 left in this one. You're almost where you can pit and get to the end. Predicting 50 more to go. Teams have done that already. Spinny Boys Green could do that. So I think they've just about reached that critical lap number here.
Yeah, I think so. And, being the first one to pit for the last time is a pretty good place to be if there's any chance at all of a safety car happening. could suddenly vault themselves right up into that podium. Running about half a lap behind the leaders are these two. So that's a factor as well. And we see them pulling off. So the Spinny Boys are going to go and hit the pit lane and take on what will be a full load of fuel.
So in the 0-0 car, Ron Wolf drove 48 laps. Brooks Clayton is, I guess he's probably not going to cross the start-finish line. I think he's going to get counted as 66. It's Jeremy Castro that we haven't seen yet. He might have to drive this thing all the way to the end. And I think that's what's going to happen. Hitting the pit lane, tyres, driver change, Jeremy Castro in. So a new driver into the race. At the however many hour, 3 and some hour mark that it's been. Spinny Boys Green, I'm pretty confident make it to the end from here.
Yeah. And this is the new Spinny Boys entry. They've had a few. Anyway. The other two continuating from previous races. Continuating. We're inventing new words up here today. Anyway, we got Nancy Fox still keeping the hammer down. Josh Soto's managed to chip away, now down to 3.5 second lead after their combined issues. And Josh Soto up to 45 incidents, but he hasn't had one in the last half hour. So really focusing in now that he's behind. Sometimes you need that, target to focus on, a dot to try and make bigger.
Back into the race, Spinny Boys Green. They are some long pit stops, but hopefully the last one for the 0-0, assuming that nose can last an hour 20.
Oh, he's awful close to our third place car there. I don't know if we want to jinx that.
Yeah, so now the lap down to Box 5 Motorsports Scarlet, who are still going to need another stop, as is everyone but Jeremy Castro.
Mm-hmm. And we'll have to see what Jeremy can do in the warm-ups. He didn't get to put in a lap, so he's coming into this race fresh.
We were teasing it earlier, and then Sennhauser Racing Team went for a little bit of a spin, but Boomertech Racing versus Sennhauser Racing Team closing up. Still only the 3 incident points from Logan Sennhauser. James Wallach 10, but the car is a total 58. So now they need to worry about not getting to 70. And they are closer to 70 than quite a few other teams are to 50.
Yeah, it gets a little dicey once you're out there.
I think we had an incident limit for the TCRs at Mid-Ohio and no one got close.
Yeah, those cars are all made out of tissue paper, though. You can't run them over the curbs or anything, so... Meanwhile, in these Miatas, you can really jump them.
It's the corner up here, it's the carousel, and it's the final corner. If you want to, you can rack up 3 incident points a lap. Spoiler alert, in 160 laps, you can't do it every lap for 50 incident points. Pretty close this time, though. Sennhauser behind Wallach to the carousel.
Sennhauser doing very much the Formula car line. They're too wide. Doesn't want to make the move there. It's probably a good idea.
I'd wait it out 2 corners. I'm not sure that's the spot. Make sure you can get a good exit off the final corner. Looks like Sennhauser with significantly more braking confidence. So long as you get a good exit here, you're close enough, you can brake down the inside of turn 1. We'll see if that happens. These are the last 2 cars running. And Autosports Glitch is just hit the pit entry, but Logan Sennhauser, is he just one car length further back than he wants? Wallach has a little bit of a slide on the way in, catches it in the middle of the corner. Got Sennhauser breathing down the back of his neck at the moment.
Our leader is having to fight through some lap traffic right now. Just got past Austin Tucker in that Spinny Boys gold car, and now has her sights set on Jeremy Castro. Castro had a very slow outlap, a 152. Really struggling with those cold tires, I'd say, and he's only on his second flyer. So we'll see if that becomes a factor here as the leader bears down on him. Hard into the braking zone.
I hear a tire squeal or two in that area of the track as well. Could be coming from any of them, but I suspect the cold tires doth chirp more.
Well, Boomertech Racing's making an overtake in the corkscrew, and they're too wide on the exit. That's Logan Sennhauser trying his best to find a way around. And they're having fun out there on the track.
Yeah, so had a go. Didn't get it for free. It's going to need to find a different place to line up. Runs it deep at the final corner. Doesn't help the perfect drive. Christopher Hoffman, maybe our last new driver of the race as Heartland Autosports Glitch. Exit pit lane just behind this battle, Boomertech Racing versus Sennhauser Racing Team. Leaders are getting past Spinny Boys Green. So Nancy Fox has gotten through, and Joshua Soda will be next. Oh, that's close. Sennhauser looking down the inside on Wallach. And past at turn. The track wants us to call it 4.
Yeah, and they're clear over there, and Jeremy Castro's being cleared. Josh Soto's going to be the next one to make a move on him as they head down the front straight. And Castro's starting to find some of that confidence. It's hard to come into a car really, really late in a session like this with no warm-up and maybe no real sense of how the track is feeling at this point. Some combination of dusty and rubbery, I'd say.
And tarmacy. So a bit going on in this part of the track. You got your leader in red, Foxtrot Racing, with Nancy Fox. 2 cars about to go some laps down here in the shape of Spinny Boys yellow and Spinny Boys green. Second place in white, Alpha Velocitas Joshua Soto.
Oh, Castro got back to the throttle a little early, and Soto's going to push the issue. I don't know if I'd want to be spooking the lap driver into that corner.
I don't know if I'd want to be blocking Joshua Soto. So how this one plays out is going to be a little bit interesting. Soto had gotten within 3 seconds of that race lead. That's a mistake, and one that Soto will capitalize on instantly. So now one less lapped car between second and first. Sennhauser's up to the 10th there. Tech Racing 11th. Heartland Autosports Glitch. See what kind of speed Christopher Hoffman can manage when his tyres come in.
And I've got a driver here for us. This is Jordan Johnson, out of the car after his middle stint with Nancy Fox, driving that race-leading Foxtrot Racing car. How's it going, Jordan?
Going pretty well. I'm just finally recovered from what felt like a marathon of a stint on a track like this where you don't really get many breaks.
Yeah, I was thinking that focus could become an issue out here. How do you stay concentrated when you're out there doing these long stints with not a lot of cars around you?
Really just watch the gaps is kind of what keeps me entertained. So most of the lap I was checking my any of my timing screens, making sure that I was keeping up with Soto and at least maintaining the gap on my bad laps and maybe checking the delta. Just trying to keep myself focused on what I could possibly improve, but after so long that becomes unrealistic, so it just becomes a matter of tenacity and just kind of trying to stick with it. I've done endurance races since 2020. Daytona 24 was the first, so I'm used to these, but it still is never really getting any easier when you got the long hour-plus stints to carry on.
Yeah, these Miatas really make you work too, because one missed apex costs you a lot of time.
Yeah, absolutely. And to drive the car on the absolute limit, it does move around quite a bit. You aren't really sliding the car or drifting it per se, but it does give you a bunch of little twitches and fidgets that you need to catch, especially in the first hairpin. Very, very easy. Some of your downshifts to maybe unsettle the car, as well as coming down the corkscrew. It's very easy to pick up a little bit too much dirt and the car around. It's a workout, but it's fun.
Yeah, absolutely. So new team for you this race, joining Foxtrot Racing and Nancy Fox. You two ever met each other before getting started on this one?
No, not quite. I literally just saw their message in the server and said, all right, why not? I got nothing to do this weekend, and why not jump into a race? So kind of one met two, and we went from there. I didn't even have time to throw a paint on the car, so we just got one of the iRacing default paints and just kind of went with it. So it seems to work out well. I'm definitely enjoying running the Miata here, though. It's quite an interesting little thing here.
Always nice to join a random team with another iRacing 1%er like yourself.
Yeah. Admittedly, I mean, you can see the pace with Josh that iRating doesn't matter too much. I mean, he has some iRating, but I'd say after like 3,000, it's kind of irrelevant. Any numbers higher than that, it's just a matter of how much you drive if you want to get the numbers up. But it's always nice to see someone else kind of with a higher number kind of running around with you, that their pace and consistency will be pretty good, because there's a matter of going, because that does take to keep that number up there. But we're sticking.
We were wondering how much time and effort it took you to get 6666 as your iRating.
Well, it just happened like 2-3 days ago. I had a really rough race in IMSA and ended up like that. I've had no motivation to drive and change it. It's too good to mess with.
Yeah, it might have to be a permanent thing now. You'll have to just stick to league racing.
Might have to. Unfortunately, I still need to get my numbers up for Daytona 24, as that's coming up very, very quickly. So I expect to see me in plenty of officials.
Who are you planning to race with at the 24?
I'll be with my main team, Pure Sims Esports. So whereas here it's just kind of two people just getting together, and we just threw a team name in. My esports team back home, I guess you could say, Pure Sims Esports. So I run all my events with. We'll be doing that, and we take part in several other events like IBRA and 24-hour series and such. So we have those coming up during this kind of league season where you get that break in between all the special events.
It's looking pretty good for you two out front. Got a nice little gap back to that box 5 car. If you win today, got any plans for that $150 Champ Buck prize?
Take it day by day, take play by ear. I always look for every opportunity I can to get in the car. Although next year, unfortunately, isn't the most realistic for me, just because of the fact that I'm doing clinicals and such in university. So I'm just finishing out, getting through all of my education, and that means I only really have about a month break, which I've already booked to go to Germany. So won't be around to use it. But maybe we'll pass it on to Nancy and let them have fun with it.
Yeah, the dollars don't go bad, so can't complain if you do. But here's hoping we get to see you on a real ChampCar track soon.
Oh, absolutely. Looking for every opportunity I can.
Well, I'll send you back to your channel there. It's been a pleasure chatting.
Yep, thank you. You guys have a good rest of your race.
Here you go. Jordan Johnson. from Foxtrot Racing, Nancy Fox. I was kind of confused listening to him, and I was like, oh, he's saying Pure Sims. I know the team Pure Sims. It sounded like Pearson's or something to me. Anyway, yes, Pure Sims.
If you get sponsored by Pearson Textbooks, that guy's rolling in money. They're like the biggest textbook supplier up here in North America.
They're getting sponsored by Toronto Pearson Airport.
Different Pearson. Still
if I get lounge, I'd do it for lounge access.
That'd probably be worth it.
Could be worth $150.
Well, we're watching that car that Jordan's teammate Nancy is piloting. Nancy's doing a pretty solid job out there. We'll be a little curious to see if they decide to, or if they're able to keep Nancy in the car till the end, or if they decide to switch back for the finish. Nancy will need to have at least one more stop, as will virtually every single other driver that's out there right now. But fortunately with these cars, there's enough of a fuel differential that, or fuel load, that there's no time to be lost on the driver change. Bit like the ChampCar series.
Carl Robertson's flying along in 7th place now. He's back in the Drivetrainer Motorsports car within a 10th of the personal best last lap as he catches 212 Racing's Andrew Rasmussen. And between the two of them, only 9 seconds behind Spinny Boys Yellow, and I think both of them are starting to catch Alex Harrison as well towards the end here. That's 5th, 6th, 7th, getting a little bit interesting at this point of the race.
Yeah.
So Rasmussen, we had to assign him a spirit animal.
Yeah, that was what we had to do.
I think we decided on a boar.
Yeah, a little boar.
Okay.
A little warthog, maybe. Yeah.
When I was a young warthog.
That's what I was thinking.
Hmm.
Scaring all those other drivers away with his ability to clear the savannah. Works on a few levels out here.
About to get an update on these lap times. Again, the previous lap was a mighty one for Drivetrainer Motorsports. And this one, got to find out as well. So he has a 37.3, which means he closes in just a little bit further on 212 Racing's 37.6. And they're both closing in on the 38.6 of Alex Harrison. So, love this. Always a bigger fish. We might all just converge in about the same place at about the same time in a moment as well. Here rolls on that battle. Rasmussen to the final corner. Car 1 second behind him approaching. Car 5 seconds up the road that he is approaching.
Yeah, we're in one of those in-between phases. We had a lot of battles, a lot of action on track a little while ago, and now the cars have stretched back out again, kind of closing up in a few different places. 212 really likes that wide entry where they do only one apex on the hairpin there. Just hit the second one. I'd usually call that more of a downforce line, but making it work for him. Whew. Robertson.
Traffic for the race leader as well. So Nancy Fox behind the glitch machine from Heartland Autosports, runs it off the track, takes the inside line at the next corner, and manages to get past after just a little bit of theatrics and dramatics. Christopher Hoffman is in the Heartland Autosports car, gain a driver only in for this last segment of the race in one of the 3 driver teams, of which there are a few out there.
Yep, that puts Hoffman 3 laps down in that Heartland car. So they're lapping around at the back of our field right now. But really, honestly, just some really impressive pace coming from the front end of the field, too.
Dude, there's my Miata. It's Ray Lombardi in behind Spinny Boys Green. Now, Dude, there's my Miata pitted 22 laps ago. Spinny Boys Green pitted 11 laps ago. We think that the green, mean, noseless machine is the only car getting to the end from where they've stopped at that point. And I suspect now, with the power of hindsight, that they did stay out with that damage for, you know, that 10 extra laps to hit that number to keep it a 3-stop race for them. Whereas Dude, there's my Miata didn't have quite such luck, remembering the incredible amount of steering damage they had, making it almost impossible to turn left.
Yeah.
And since then, we've also seen, Heartland Autosports glitch pit. So it's Heartland Autosports and Spinny Boys Green, the 2 cars, getting to the end without an extra stop. Everyone else has got some to make between now and the end. Most of them can probably get towards that last 20 minutes or so, though, before that happens, or definitely into the last half an hour.
Seeing things getting a little close there between 212 and Drive Trainer.
How many battles for position would you like, Devin Peters? I can offer you 3. Joshua Soto is now within 1 second, and Anthony Fox for the lead. They're
Pass
side by
position.
side with Dude, there's my Miata getting down the inside of Jeremy Castro's Spinny Boys Green. 2-2 Racing under some pressure from Drive Trainer Motorsports right now as well, into a similar place, heading down towards turn 1. Massive amount of speed for Drive Trainer here. They got a good run down the straight, looking to cross over under, looking to get their nose into that closing wedge of the line that you pointed out 2-1-2 Racing like to run through the hairpin.
Yeah, I think they just got it a little deep in that time. Didn't make either of the apexes, but managed to hold on to the lead. And jump in the inside of that curb, that red sausage curb, under assault from these Miatas. And we'll see. Kyle Robertson looking racy. Got the pace. 36.7 last time by. Just a couple tenths off the fastest lap of the race. So he's out there flying around. And the 2 of them are making ground on Alex Harrison in that Spinny Boys yellow car still. Ooh. And seen in the pit lane, Josh Soto hits the pits. And I think that is a little early for him. So I wonder if this is him
Tactically trying to go for an undercut, mayhaps.
Something along those lines.
I don't hate it.
Yeah, might be a good call. Maybe he figures rather than battling, he can try and win, in the open air. Anyway, Kyle Robertson and Andrew Rasmussen glued together going down the front straight.
Robertson, close as he's ever been, waits for the last moment to pull out, but the only way to go is the outside, because Rasmussen was up against that concrete pit wall divider, and you've got a car width and just about that out there, but looking for the switchback. That's genius from Kyle Robertson. He gets held out wide, he crosses back inside, and he parks it in front of the 2-1-2 Racing car, who has another look back here, a very opportunistic dive that would have been contact. There's a bit of contact on the outside, and he gets spun into the wall. 2-1-2 Racing in the wall, Drive Trainer Motorsports around. It was genius for 2 corners, but the third was pushing the luck too far, and it's going to bring out a safety car. My, oh my. It was genius for 2 corners. And after the third,
Oh, and that's tough. The two of them just come together on the exit.
yeah,
Right the
taking
cars off.
another look at it. Wait, so this for me is super opportunistic from 212. Okay,
It's
and then
very
they
brave.
get given the space, and then they don't leave a space.
Yeah.
And for me, all I saw was good racecraft from Drive Trainer and petulance almost from 212 Racing. They got done, they got cooked, their ankles got broken in the Andretti hairpin, and have not been ready to give it up. So, you know who the timing of this actually really, really helps? Devin Peters.
Definitely Soto.
Yeah, he's topped off that fuel. He's good to go. He remains in second place, such as the gap that first and second had over the rest of the field. Now, the safety car has the pit lane closed. It's bunching up the field. Joshua Soto gets all that time back. So, and then those other cars that we talked about, plenty that had made their stops. So Spinny Boys and Heartland Autosports, this is good for them because they can both stay out, mayhaps get waved around. We'll see what happens there. But it definitely gives them time back against some other cars that still need to pit. Almost everyone in front of them should pit, except Joshua Soto wouldn't, but he's behind some of these on the track there. We'll see what people do, what the iRacing race control does. Don't pass the pace car on your way racing to pit entry. Only a little splash needed for some, like, dude, there's my Miata. They appear to be staying out, hoping to get an extra lap, though. Spinny Boys Gold is in the lane as well. Trainer Motorsports shown as in as well, because I think they ended up towing as well as 212 Racing. So, Alpha Velocita is about to become the race leader. What are the cars in front of them, between them and the pace car? Because those are the cars that are about to get waved around. In the train, we've got Heartland Autosports Glitch, so they'll get waved around and get 1 lap back. Ray Lombardi, dude, there's my Miata, will get waved around and get 1 lap back. Looks like that procedure is starting now. Spinny Boys Green and Yellow will each get a lap back as well. So now the rest of the field and those that have pitted coming around to catch the pace car again. So it looks like... Oh no, the lights are still on the pace car. We get 1 more because it's the pit's opening for the lap down cars. So, Alpha Velocita lead, Foxtrot Racing working their way around here. If you took new tyres, be careful on them. I guess behind a safety car, trying to catch the pack, you can go 80% pace, 90% pace, bring those tyres in nicely. 52 minutes to go. Anyone who pits now absolutely will be able to make it. Lights off the pace car now. Should mean pits is open for cars that are a lap down if they need it.
And this sets us up nicely for the end of the race. All these cars will not need to stop again, so it'll be a true sprint. And a bunch of cars in play. Oh, and there's a car that spun coming out of the corkscrew. That's Ismail Ublal, who's gone through the corkscrew on those cold tires and has had it get away from him. Ends up facing the wrong way. Gently tags the wall because he's trying to find a gear, but manages to carry on. So that's a little bit of a drama for him. I think it won't end up affecting the restart here. But we got a whole pack of cars that are just racing their butts off trying to get back to the back end of that pace car in time for the restart.
Now, what is the pace car speed here at Laguna Seca? 60 miles an hour. So easily done on the front stretch, easily done up Rohill Straight, not so easily done through the corkscrew or some of the other slow sections when you're trying to catch the pace car that's going to pull in just one corner's time. Look at the group of cars have emerged here. So you've got Joshua Soto leading. Foxtrot Racing in this train. Drive Trainer looking to let them go when they can. Joshua Soto, the longer he holds them, the more cars catch the pack. So he's waiting out the final corner. There's Foxtrot, third in the line, second in the positions. And we go green flag racing once again. We were green oh so long, almost 4 hours. So racing again, Joshua Soto's lead, just 6/10, no cars anymore between himself and Jordan Johnson, who's gotten into Foxtrot Racing. So I don't know if that was necessarily the plan. Maybe they're expecting seven-tenths between the leaders. The caution didn't completely recompress the field, but Spinny Boys Yellow now run in third, 43 seconds behind the leaders. They haven't made their final stop to the best of what I can tell, while Box 5 Motorsports, despite that scary little loop behind the pace car, they did get their final stop done. They run fourth, and I think as far as the strategy is concerned, that's looking pretty reasonable for Box 5 Motorsports. Scarlet, Spinny Boys Gold, they made their final stop. They run fifth at the moment. They've got a little bit of a train with them here. And there's also a battle for position. Dude, there's my Miata and Spinny Boys Green. I think Dude, there's my Miata is still owing us one more stop, while Spinny Boys Green, we know, strategically timed their final stop to be right at the opening of the window to get to the end. Drivetrain and Motorsports run 8th. They've made their final stop with the safety car. Same for Sennhausen Racing Team. Same for 212 Racing Team. Heartland Autosports Glitch had already made their final stop, so they got a lap back and a little bit of free time out of the yellow out of the safety car. Boomer Tech Racing made their final stop too. .47 minutes remaining in the Champ Car. 4.5 hours of Laguna Seca.
And that caution flag has really shaken things up. We got a lot of cars that are suddenly in contention with each other.
212 Racing having a look in the final corner on Heartland Autosports Glitch, who then run a little bit wide. They're side by side off the exit. 212 appear to have the speed. That's a pass for 10th place. Both cars feel to get to the end here. This is all truly for position. On board in the battle for the lead, Jordan Johnson gets a mega run at Joshua Soto. And he's going to go to the race lead. Was there a slowdown? Is Soto playing some games here?
Could be some Soto games. Could be just Soto being conscious of oh, we're going to get a look here. Oh yeah, that might very well be a slowdown for cutting the inside of the track there.
I mean, that could have just been where the speed went. Okay, and then with that loss of speed, he decided I'm not going to try to defend this one. Jordan Johnson back in the car for Foxtrot Racing, leading the way, 3/10 from Alpha Velocita.
We got Alex Harrison and the Spinny Boys heading into the pit lane. Wondering if they had a speeding under yellow.
I think they just hadn't stopped yet. I think it's just time.
I guess, yeah, with
they
getting
didn't
the wave
stop
around. Yeah.
Under yellow. Oh, here we go. On for the race lead. Side by side through the corkscrew. Jordan Johnson and Joshua Soto. And they're going to continue to fight it out. Johnson's around the outside here in a difficult place, but it gives him the inside into the penultimate corner, a corner that caught out Joshua Soto just a lap ago. He can't afford to take too much risk through there, but he's going to have a look, show the nose down the inside of the final corner. Still side by side on the exit, around the outside, swoops Jordan Johnson to maintain his race lead. Johnson having to defend the inside. Big slide from Soto around the outside. And Johnson holds on to the race lead. So having stayed out, getting waved a lap around and now needing to pit again, Spinny Boys Yellow have put David Martin in and they've ended up just that lap down, but they run 4th place at the moment. Dude, there's my Miata. Ray Lombardi on the pit lane for what's going to be the final stop for that team as well. Drive change is possible. We might see return of the Milo. Just feel bad throwing around too many nicknames when the person doesn't actually have the right to tell us, don't call me that, that's not my name. They call me Hey, they call me Her, they call me Stacy, that's not my name. 3/10 of a second, Foxtrot Racing to Alpha Velocita. This is the battle for the race lead. They've both cleared all of their final pit stops and they're in a 45-minute sprint to the end of the ChampCar iRacing, 4.5 hours of Laguna Seca. These are two drivers who definitely like to take the kiss both red curbs approach, double apex through the hairpin, different to what we've seen from some others.
it's
Oh,
a
how
move
about
up.
side by side here? Soto is up the inside. Does he have enough momentum up the hill to demand control of the inside into the next corner? He doesn't. So a little bit of side by side earlier on in the lap. Soto having another look, not able to complete the move against Jordan Johnson for the race lead. Oh, how about a little off the track there in the penultimate corner for Jordan Johnson, similar to what Soto did a couple laps ago. Final corner, nice little late apex, progressing the throttle. Used to be the case that these cars had the road car gearbox and ratios H pattern. Well, they switched them to a race car sequential, and that has a really tall first gear. Makes it difficult to get off the pit lane and actually bogs them down a little bit sometimes off those really slow corners. We saw Dude There's My Miata pit a couple laps ago. They've rejoined and they're back out just in front of the race leaders. Did they get an unsafe pit exit? Why is there a black flag on the number 112?
I'll have to see.
Or did they speed?
Possible they sped. I'll take a look at it.
Either way, they're going to pull out of the way of the ferocious lead battle we've got going on. How about 3 wide underneath the bridge? Joshua Soto realizes that's not going to work out well for him. He had momentum at Jordan Johnson to try to take the race lead. Couldn't do it, despite the best efforts of Lap's car, Ray Lombardi, to stay out of the way.
I've gone back and looked at Ray Lombardi, and I'm not sure I know what the black flag's for. I haven't figured it out just yet. My best guess is speeding into the pits. Either way, he's serving that penalty now. Didn't have the limiter on before when he hit the lane. Anyways, following along.
Relatively slow pit lane around here as well. That looks like 35 miles an hour, which in the grand scheme of some of the other tracks is a bit slow. For oval racing at Daytona, it's like 60, 55 or something.
Mm-hmm.
The same with Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Most Formula One spec tracks, it's 80 kilometers an hour, so about 50 miles an hour. This a little narrower, a little slower. Closest cars on track, well, they're the lead cars in the battle for the win. Joshua Soto having made a few attempts, a few digs at Jordan Johnson for the race win, and none of them yet coming off.
Things are still tight up at the front. Soto chasing Josh or Jordan for all he's worth.
Now, I think the good thing for these two is, with the exception of Dude There's My Miata, there's not going to be a whole lot of traffic for them for a while. Safety car kind of took care of a little bit of that, opened up about half a lap of clean track in front of them. So it's all plain sailing for Jordan Johnson at the moment. His two biggest challenges are the track and Joshua Soto. bit of curb there, and it's not enough to pull away from Soto. All over the back of the race leader, looking to the inside. They went side by side through here before. Soto has a big dive into the corner. Johnson knows he can hold him tight to the apex and get a better run up the hill from around the outside. Knows he's going to get just enough space out of Joshua Soto, but he can't do it this time. Soto's on the compromised line up the hill, looking for the switch back, the over-under. Jordan Johnson keeps the pressure back on Joshua Soto, who's holding the race lead for the moment. Side by side up the hill underneath the Bubba Burger sign towards the braking zone of the corkscrew, around the outside for the race lead. Can you do that? You can if you're Jordan Johnson. So Johnson gets the lead back. 2 lead changes in the 1 lap here. Soto still looking hungry, but he's got to be smart and careful about it, because he's one of the drivers just an inch, a misstep away from the incident limit, which would straight up give him a drive through. He's already had a stop and hold in the pit lane for an unsafe pit entry that cost him the lead before. He's gotten a lot of it back, but he's dancing on a razor's edge here as he tries to go wheel to wheel with Foxtrot Racing. So this next corner's been Joshua Soto's favourite hunting spot for trying to get to the lead, but it's not as close this time. He turns in a little earlier than Johnson. Having a look elsewhere. So this is Sennhauser in box 5. Oh, box 5 gives Sennhauser a little nudge off the road, and they almost take the back entry into the paddock, which is fine so long as... No, it's not.
Yeah, that was a scary moment for them.
Well, a back entry into the paddock is definitely unpleasant if you're not expecting it, that's for sure. 4/10 the gap for the lead. Foxtrot Racing and Jordan Johnson, the red machine, still leading. All identical Global Mazda MX-5 Cup cars for the ChampCar iRacing. 4.5 hours of Laguna Seca, but it is open setup, so they can have a few things tuned to their liking, like the roll bars, like the tyre pressures, like the brake bias. I think you set that in the garage and it's locked in for the whole race though.
Yeah, pretty much the only thing you can do at this point is change the tire pressures. We have seen the temperature increase by over 15 degrees Fahrenheit now as we get closer to about 11-15, but it's not been enough that I think we're seeing a huge difference in the handling from what you started with. Got these 2 leaders battling in the background of them. You can see the yellow and green car of Kyle Robertson in the drive trainer car, and Austin Tucker in the Spinny Boys Gold car. They're on separate laps, but that hasn't stopped them from slicing and dicing. We'll keep the battle on the lead though for now, the camera on the lead.
Can't squeeze another car in there for the battle for the lead. It's bumper to bumper, but one thing Joshua Soto can't afford in this duel is any contact or any more off tracks. He gets a good run out the final corner. He shows his nose just as that window is closing, saying, you're not going to get all the way across to the concrete pit wall divider because I'm putting my car there. And that's the inside, over the hill, through the sweeper, down towards the hairpin. Jordan Johnson goes all in around the outside. The space just closes and he kicks 2 tires through the dust as Joshua Soto goes to the race lead.
Really clean move there from Soto, and he breaks away a little bit when he does it.
Soto now out to almost 7/10 here.
Yeah, had a really clean sector after making that move and showing some pace that Johnson hasn't had an answer for right now. We know he does have a lot of pace, though. Jordan Johnson holding the fastest lap of the race with a 36.0 right now.
Right in place to follow Soto up to peak speeds. It is just before they break here that they hit the highest speed that they do anywhere around the lap.
Downhill and with a tailwind.
I'm crunching numbers in my head again. What is it, 115 miles an hour?
Well, right around there, 112, 113.
Okay. 115 sounds better, we'll say that.
That depends on the lap and how much draft you had. Soto just really carving it. Trying desperately to get enough of a gap that he can break that toe. Leaving nothing out there right now.
Really see the car load up as you turn in, the track drops away and then comes back up to meet you with a little bit of extra camber. And you really see the car look alive through some of those places on the track.
Yeah, I think iRacing more than any other game out there does a really good job of showing the cars bounce and jostle through the corners.
Rather than looking like they're hovercraft.
Yeah.
It can tend to look in others. It's an interesting process that iRacing do when they add a new circuit and they get out there with the laser scanners, they collect all of the information to an exact precision, an exact millimeter, and then that is the data that they collect off of the laser scanners that the cars drive on. They call it the track mesh. Is he playing with Jordan Johnson here? Is he playing with his food a little?
He might be having some fun. I think he's got a lot of pace, and I think he knows that he's DNFing today.
So then the iRacing art department go and make a whole bunch of textures, put together the trees and everything, all of the graphics, all of the visual stuff that gets rendered. But underneath it all is basically an engineering survey. Thousands and thousands and thousands of pinpoint accurate data points of the track surface that the physics model then interacts with. There is you're driving a perfect replica of the circuit because they got out there with laser scanners and they scanned it, and that's what you drive on. That's the surface that the car connects with.
We got a little bit of action deep in the field. Boomer Tech Racing has Kyle Robertson right behind them. They're on different laps. Robertson's trying to find his way around in the Drive Trainer Motorsports car. Oh, sorry, and I am not looking at the screen because we're also watching
a battle for position, Devin?
Yeah, a much more interesting battle for actual position between Heartland Autosports Glitch and Logan Essex in that Sennheiser Racing Team car. And back to my battle. They're going too wide into the first corner. Kyle Robertson's overtaken, and critically for Robertson, I think he's trying to stay ahead of Austin Tucker. They're on different laps than that gold car, but they'd like to not be.
Boomer Tech Racing have just served a drive-through after they hit 70 incident points. So now they've got a fresh 20 to burn through. It's a new level of overdraft. And they're not sure quite what to do with the Spinny Boys machine, as it has a look. It wasn't quite as close as they wanted, but still had a little bit of a look. Ebony Boys, 000 Austin Tucker in the gold car. Up the hill, going to try to kindly request that they get by. Golder running 5th at the moment. Well, that's not giving out any coupon codes.
Yeah, no freebies from him. Ooh. Our leaders have just come up on Logan Essex, who's had a bit of a moment coming out of the final corner. Essex gets in there, and then as he gets to the apex, he just kind of gasses it up, and it comes around on him. And that more or less ends that battle between himself and Christopher Hoffman for a little bit.
Yeah, and there come the leaders. Essex was catching Hoffman almost sort of like second and a half a lap, and then he's just had a little bit of a choke at that point.
It's an interesting right front lock up there from Jordan Johnson on the way into that corner. Carried the brake so late too. Soda's lining up a move on the inside here. And Johnson's going to slam the door shut.
The compression in the front right suspension, that's what does it. Is, you know, a normal corner, it doesn't compress that much, but that corner, track drops away, comes back right at the loaded point. You get that peak suspension load, and you see it. You feel it, and you see it.
Yeah, that's the goods. 25 minutes to go, and this battle is the goods. They're having a lot of fun. Got nearly a minute on their rival in third place, Ismail Ublal. So I think these two are having some fun themselves. And here's hoping we can find with this resume tape, we can get Josh Soto a teammate for the next time, and then have him do this for realsies.
He's going to have a look to the inside of the hairpin, showing the nose a little bit late, braking in deep, but perfection, measuring it, knows how much he's got. Johnson runs a little wide, but he'll keep the inside into the next corner. Gives Soto exactly one car width out there before trying to close it off on him. And we can't really go side by side through there, and you can tell Soto knows to just leave it be for another corner. Which way does he want to go? He's like, I've seen you go around the outside here before. I'm gonna give it a go around the outside here. But Johnson gets in deep slide job tactics, parks it in front of him. Not going to let Soto get enough of a run to have enough of an overlap. Except this time, forcing it too wide. Jordan Johnson around the outside still holds on to the race lead. It has all the hallmarks of two brothers play fighting who know exactly how hard to throw the punches to not get mum involved. Because you see Soto, you see Johnson, you know, have a look to the inside here, go too wide through there, but still measure it perfectly. Soto had a big dive down the inside a lap ago, but he still made the apex, kept the car under control to try to take that inside line without, you know, blowing out wide. And he might have another look at it again here. Same situation, gets in hot, but just under control to keep it to that tight line. Now he gets squeezed in the middle. He's trying to get good enough drive off the exit to come across and close the door before the right-hander, but Johnson keeps his nose in there to force him too wide through this segment, and again leaves exactly that car's width around the outside. Same through the next section, too wide here with Soto on the outside. He gets exactly that car width treatment from Jordan Johnson. And they're side by side for, the track wants you to call it 4 corners in a row now. How about 5? Johnson, he gets done there in the long left-hander. The inside line, the shorter run, puts Joshua Soto back to the lead.
Little incident for Paulo Casca in the 212 racing car going into the final turn. And we're watching a different one here, actually. This is Logan Essex, sorry, in the Sennheiser team, as he gets a little bit wrong, and then there's a little contact, and a bumper's gone. for the yellow Spinny Boys yellow card. Now, the biggest effect I'll say that'd have is that the yellow car and the gold car are now a little closer together because those two have been battling, and the yellow car has been faster, but I wonder if he will be with the bumper. And then you saw the incident I was referring to with Powell where he gets a little bit wrong in that final corner and spins it around. But anyway, another Spinny Boy without a front bumper. And we'll see if those two Spinny Boy cars get to racing here in a little bit.
So you can see the Spinny Boys Gold, the championship car, catching their teammate Spinny Boys Yellow, catching a little bit of lap traffic.
In retrospect, a pretty bold strategy to give yourself the gold car.
Leaders again. You can't stop them. That's a little wide, that's a little off. Surely that hurts the drive for Joshua Soto, who thinks, I'll go middle of the road here. John Johnson, you can look around the outside, look for a cross back, a little bit of an over-under heading back up the hill. But you know who knew it was coming? Joshua Soto. As he didn't track all the way out, he just parked it there. Side by side once again through here, not leaning on each other, no contact. But the mirrors, you'd expect them to be folded in at this point. To the corkscrew. We've seen Johnson go round the outside for the race lead. Soto looks to go around the outside, but he can't. Johnson's the king of the corkscrew. And Foxtrot Racing go back to the lead. In Nancy Fox's position, Devon, how many fingernails do you have left?
Oh, I think I trust Jordan Johnson to race this hard and not have any issues. But by the sounds of things, she's the only one with anything to lose in this fight. An impressive entry either way from Nancy and Jordan, putting it together and racing real well here. And we're really fortunate that the ChampCar iRacing Series supports this show so that we can have folks like this putting on a good race and give some prizes to wonderful members of the community.
This looks like midnight 2 days ago. Jordan Johnson said, hey, if you're still looking for a teammate, I'm happy to run this race with you. And here's the situation that they're in for Nancy Fox, who was just hoping to find someone to be able to complete this race with in swoops. Twice a ChampCar iRacing Series race winner, Jordan Johnson, to absolutely dogfight this with the reigning points champion, Joshua Soto, the championship leader in the sprints. They're both going to go round the outside there to put a lap on what looks like Heartland Autosports glitch. And they haven't been separated by more than a second since the pace car pulled in almost 20 minutes ago. Soto down the inside of the final corner. You can really get pinched on a super tight line there, and Johnson's backed himself to just go round the outside with a bit more speed. Our viewers get to see that beautiful picture of Indianapolis Motor Speedway, because I've driven there. Have you driven there, Devon?
Oh, I've driven there, David Haynes. I drove there in a very loud, roofless neon.
Yeah, I remember passing you.
That will happen when you...
That's what the ringing is still from.
Yeah. I think we had installed the... if I recall correctly, the cam was 90 degrees off, so it was the timing was a little messy. It was running, but it was melting holes in the floor.
Canadians sure are funny people. Speaking of, we had both of our Canadians on track together earlier, and now we're down to no Canadians as Jordan Johnson leaves some 11sies from the apex to the track out point of the final corner, really kicking that tail out sideways. Track hasn't gotten too hot, but maybe those tyres have, from the amount of side-by-side action, driving off some of the alternate lines, throwing it deep into some of these corners. Car might be getting just a little bit taily for Jordan Johnson. He parks at the middle of the hairpin there, but Joshua Soto is climbing all over him. I reckon you could fit... No, I don't reckon you could fit a 12-inch ruler between them. And now they've gone side by side through here a couple of times before. They're going to do it again. Jordan Johnson backs himself to go round the outside there rather than try to tuck back underneath for an over-under. He backs himself to lead on the exit of the corkscrew, whether he's on the inside, whether he's on the outside. This time it's the outside. It's been the inside last time. You've just got to keep 2 tyres inside of the track limits, but he does have a slowdown. Foxtrot Racing are going to have to slow down and give up the time gained.
That's a real heartbreaker for Jordan. He was having a good time racing with Josh, and I think that'll give another point to Josh in their little back and forth here. Checking in on the rest of the grid, things are a little tight.
Points, how about incident points? 49 for 212 Racing, 48 for Alfa Velocita, 48 for Drive Trainer.
Yeah, I was going to say, we've got a lot of cars that are really close to drive-throughs here at this phase of the race, and we've got a few drivers that are getting pretty close on track. I think all 3 of these cars are on different laps that we're looking at. That's Drive Trainer Motorsports driving through. Christopher Hoffman is 3 laps down in the Heartland Autosport car, second in that group. And then David Martin is only 1 lap down in the Smitty Boys yellow car that's at the back, but he is minus a bumper. And he is driving for all he's worth, because you see that yellow car in the background. That car, also a lap down, is looking to go and put a move on the team. Been quick laps from yellow. And Tucker has been able to keep up, but hasn't been chopping into the lead. But I think that if Smitty Boys Yellow loses his toe, he might be in a bit of a trouble.
Great view up the hill. You're looking at the sky, and then you come over a little crest in the braking zone, and you turn into the corkscrew, and you try to pinpoint where that tree is. The Heartland car's trying to get out of the way.
Oh.
They've ended up just parked on the racing line. Yeah, if you're going to... yeah, okay. Not perfect.
Yeah, I think unintentional little accident, that's okay, though. And we're seeing another one overtake happen. Oh, no, that was just replay on my end. I'm actually watching Paulo Casca and Box 5 Motorsports here. Box 5, 3rd place, 2nd in the classification. We'll be finishing up here, but holding off Paulo.
Things are looking pretty good for Box 5, despite being a minute 5 seconds away from the race lead. They do have 45 seconds in hand over Spinny Boys Yellow and Spinny Boys Gold. So
yeah,
keep it on the road for 12 minutes. The podium's coming your way.
Yeah, I think really the podium position that's up for debate is that one between David Martin in the Spinny Boys Yellow car and Austin Tucker in the Spinny Boys Gold car. I think with 15 minutes to go, not even with 12 minutes to go. They're going to be close to battling here at the end.
So the way we run at the moment, team orders for Spinny Boys doesn't get them anywhere.
No, I think this will just be for friends, some battling amongst friends. By my calculations, they're gonna get this championship. And even if they take a drive-through penalty near the end here, I think they'll still hold on to the lead over Drivetrainer Motorsports, who are 2 laps down. They're 1 lap down. And I heard the increment of the instant counter. Joshua Soto, he's up to 49 incidents. If he gets one more, he will earn himself a black flag and drive through the pits lane. That will give the moral victory to Jordan Johnson in that Foxtrot racing car.
Ten minutes left, 7 laps left in the ChampCar iRacing, 4.5 hours of Laguna Seca. Alfa Velocita lead, but Joshua Soto has been the only driver. They're outside of classification. They will be disqualified and removed from the standings at the end of this race. Foxtrot Racing and Jordan Johnson, with Nancy Fox, would then be the race winners the way things stand at the moment. They'd take the 150 Champ Bucks prize they can put towards an entry in the ChampCar Endurance Series to get wheel-to-wheel racing in 2024. Parts of the schedule are out. Most of the schedule is out for the ChampCar Endurance Series of the kind of tracks you could go to. Some great affordable local tracks, and also I think the cheapest you'll ever get out on track in some of North America's most well-known, most well-loved, most bucket list racing tracks.
Yeah, we got a few more races left this season in the ChampCar iRacing Sprint Series as well. With this one wrapping up, we've got 2 more on the calendar, November 22nd at VIR North in the TCR, and December 13th will be the season finale at Sebring in the Mustang. The Mustang's always a good time. We've got the ChampCar Real World schedule up on screen there, and you can see, just published a few days ago.
In the right-hand column is WeatherTech Laguna Seca 7+7 hour in Salinas, California. Date to be determined. Now, in years past when it was on the schedule, it kind of used to be around November, December, I think.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this is another, little bit of drama caused by the local California mansion owners. That schedule's set late.
I put to you, if it was going to be in the first half of the year, you'd be more likely to have the date locked in. So probably for anything that doesn't have a date confirmed just yet, I think the back half of the year. But Road Atlanta, VIR, Harris Hill, it's NCM.
Yeah, Daytona International, High Plains Raceway in Colorado, Watkins Glen, Audubon Country Club in Joliet, Illinois, Sebring, Nelson Ledges, VIR again, Thompson, Mid-Ohio, Harris Hill, Pittsburgh International Race Complex is in Wampum, PA, Road America, Atlanta Motorsports Park, not to be confused with Road Atlanta. That one's in Dawsonville, Georgia. And then Virginia International Raceway for the 3rd time. Beautiful facility there. Love the ChampCar community that comes out. Sebring International Raceway in December. And then, as you mentioned, Gingerman and WeatherTech yet to be determined.
And if you're looking to join us in the iRacing escapades, forum.champcar.org, and the top section's got all the schedule, all the links. The Discord community's pretty active. It's very active on days like today. But also a great resource, great way to meet fellow members. And the thing about endurance racing, the more people you meet, the more names you can put to faces. I think the more racing you get to do typically. It never hurts to know someone who knows someone or have a little connection. You're looking to get a good driver into your car, whether you think you're a good driver looking to get into a car. Oh, keep it inside of bounds there. Joshua Soto, he had a slide. He got a tire out into the dirt and he can't afford any contact. He can't afford any contact. Jordan Johnson goes back to the race lead, trying to cross back over under. Joshua Soto gets to the inside. Given the situation and the state of play, if I'm Joshua Soto, I want to be at the inside because I don't want to let anyone force me out wide.
If I'm Foxtrot Racing, I might just accidentally drift over into Soto and give him a penalty on the last lap.
Oh, that's what separates gentlemen from Devin Peters. Too wide through the corkscrew, round the outside, nearly touching at the commitment point, and Jordan Johnson holds on to the race lead. Whether it's the outside or whether it's the inside, Jordan Johnson just has a way with that corkscrew that Joshua Soto can't match.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to have quite the line that Johnson does. Oh, Johnson runs a little bit wide, and oh no,
he's done it.
Oh.
He's hit 50 incident points, and he's pressed the Alt F4. 4 hours, 25 minutes of quality driving from Joshua Soto. Even after all of that, he still had some very, very sharp skills, wits and speed about him, but not enough to keep all 4 tires in the track. He went off, and that is the day for Josh Soto. Foxtrot Racing can breathe easy, but whoa, Heartland Autosports glitch can't. Off the road.
Yeah, that was an exciting moment for them. Wakes you up. Hard to stay focused this late in the race, and it's starting to show up. The fatigue is starting to show up as Hoffman goes and spins himself out there.
Apparently, we're waiting to see more, but not so sure for Heartland Autosport glitch.
Yeah, I think it's all cleared up there. So really the last question is going to be this battle between yellow and gold. Yellow is, Spinny Boys Yellow is just up the hill. They got David Martin still in the car and still holding on to what is about a 2.5 second gap right now back to Spinny Boys Gold. 3 minutes left in the race. And that's about 3 laps as they come to the line.
So Box 5 Motorsports have already moved ahead and up into second. When they come across the line here, Spinny Boys Yellow will move up the timing into third as Alpha Velocita are officially parked at this point. Spinny Boys Gold past them fourth. It's Spinny Boys 3, 4, 5 at the moment.
Yeah, good showing for them. Yellow team, what did I say? I was saying the yellow team is the new one. Nope, the green team is the new one. Gold team has been around all season long, and the yellow team's got a few familiar faces. But it's been wonderful to have all the Spinny Boys team out. Good group of guys. They even borrowed a few huge-ass drivers for the race.
It's like Madonna said, we are living in a spinny world, and I am a spinny girl.
That's the quote. It's in her. That's what she said, right? Yep.
Something like that. But yeah, they're running third, fourth, fifth after all of this. Spinny Boys Green, and collectively they've been through 3 or 4 front bumpers.
Yeah, they did come with the trailer full of front bumpers. I've heard.
How many spare front bumpers do we have?
Not enough for you to try out some of those moves.
No, I don't think so. Very, well, it's an open top, but now it's also open fronted for Spinny Boys Yellow. They've been like that for a while. It seems to all be holding together.
1.8 seconds. 1.8 seconds this time. And closing. Also,
and they're going to have 2 more laps to sort it out as well, because there was no white flag just yet for Foxtrot Racing Jordan Johnson, but it'll wave next time he comes around to the start-finish line. 4.5 hours of action goes by so quickly. I think we had almost 4.5 hours of action in the first lap, and then it's kicked off again late on with the one late safety car, and then, I don't know, 30 minutes of the most close quarters. Jordan Johnson versus Joshua Soto battling. You'll ever see. This side of the corkscrew, that side of the corkscrew, not a corner. They didn't try to go too wide through. And perfect placement, perfect respect.
The gold car has had an issue. Goes through that turn, that risky high commitment turn there at number 7, and gets it a little wrong. Gets 4 tires off in the dirt and isn't able to save it.
Out wide, wiggle. Time lost. Significant and crucial time lost for Spinny Boys Gold.
Yeah, I think that about puts pin in it. I know that Tucker was pushing for everything he was worth there at the end, but barring a mistake from David Martin, I think that settles their podium. Oh, and we've got another little incident there. That's Logan Sennhauser, who's gotten it wrong out that final corner. It's been a bit of a theme for him, getting onto the throttle too early and narrowly avoided by Kyle Robertson in the Drivetrainer Motorsports car. You'll see it here. Dodges it just barely.
Do you know, and that's done 50 incident points for them, I think.
Has it? No, I think they're still okay.
Oh, no, sorry. Their black flag was only waving on them for the slowdown. They went far enough off track. His Drivetrainer on 49 and couldn't swerve to the right to avoid. They just had to brake on track. And am I reading that right? Yeah, I am. So big heart in mouth moment there for Carl Robertson. He's like, I can't afford to hit him. I can't afford to go around. It's the final lap for Foxtrot Racing. Jordan Johnson with namesake Nancy Fox, looking like it'll be the second ChampCar iRacing endurance win of the year for Jordan Johnson. It'll be Nancy Fox's first. And with 1 corner left to go, a supreme effort from a team that came together at very, very late notice. 2 drivers who didn't know each other until maybe 36 hours ago, but in combination, they win the ChampCar iRacing 4.5 hours of Laguna Seca and the $150 of ChampCar prize that goes with it. Jordan Johnson is pretty damn pleased with himself, and I reckon Nancy Fox, as team manager, can be pretty pleased with that as well. We've got a couple of other cars coming around to take that checkered flag. Quite a few lap down cars that are going to take the checkered flag. Devin, I think we've got to be eyes on Drivetrainer, don't we?
Yeah, Drivetrainer's coming down, crossing the line, and they will be wondering what the points totals are, and I'm going to figure them out.
Okay. Box 5 Motorsports, the only other car left on the lead lap. Ismail Ublal, he had a spin behind the safety car not all that long ago, dusted himself off, and will bring that car to a second place. So Box 5 crossed the line for second place. Spinny Boys Yellow had already crossed the line for third, with Spinny Boys Gold in fourth. Spinny Boys Green are about to cross the line for fifth, but they're a lap behind one group of cars, a lap ahead of the next. No one could do anything to take that away from Jeremy Castro and Spinny Boys Green. That's everyone crossed the line. These results, with the exception of knocking Alpha Velocita down 1, No, these results look pretty damn official to me at this point, Devon. Foxtrot Racing is the winners. Box 5 Motorsports Scarlet from Spinny Boys Yellow. Spinny Boys Gold, Spinny Boys Green, completing their 3rd, 4th, 5th. Then Drive Trainer Motorsports in 6th. Looking like they are taking away the 4-race cup. Dude, there's my Miata, Ray Lombardi in 7th, 2-on-2 Racing in 8th, Heartland Autosports Glitch 9th, Boomer Tech Racing 10th, Sennhauser Racing Team 11th. Joshua Soto, thank you for joining us. Your result ends up a DNF, though you didn't get a teammate together in time for the race. But otherwise, great stuff. And we should have a couple of winners.
Yeah, as we're waiting for the winners to come in for their interviews, I'm happy to tell you that I have done the very complicated math involved in calculating our overall points winners. And as you said, it looks like the Spinny Boys will hold on to the championship with an average finishing position of 3.75 through the 4 rounds. Drive Trainer Motorsports finished today in 6th, was only good to change their average to a 6.75. So hard-fought battle through the year. And the Spinny Boys, once they finish their parade lap and photo session that they seem to be doing through the corkscrew and down the hill here, I think they'll be coming for some interviews as well.
I reckon, they're all past. It's worth checking them out. 3rd, 4th, and 5th, doing whatever it is Spinny Boys do. They've got some burnouts happening from 2nd place as well. So it's all happening on pit road. Oh, I can see Michael Derby's computer heating up when he sees that much smoke. There's your Spinny fellows. Devin Peters is in search of some people, and he'll return to us in a second when he gets us some more podium interviewers. Devin, who you got?
Oh, trying to figure it out. 3rd, what's 2nd place there? That's Box 5 Motorsports. I'm seeing who we got. It's a bit of a packed house with these championship races.
Harrison.
That's the gold car. No.
Harrison finished 3rd. Get up, Harrison.
Yeah, so I got Alex Harrison here after a 3rd place finish, and David Martin as well. Good stuff from you guys today.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Kyle kept it clean early, and David had the fastest pace, so we just kind of tried to keep him in as long as possible. And thankfully, that caution kind of worked out in our favor. So.
Yeah, you guys were kind of on the alternate strategy early. We were wondering, was it deliberate? Was it we accidentally didn't put in enough fuel?
It was actually the driver rest time. We had to wait an hour before I could get back in, and we were like at 9 minutes when that caution came out. So we just had to go with a different strategy, but it ended up paying off. Luckily, I had a little incident there in turn 1 at the end, just had nowhere to go, but it didn't do too much damage to the car. But it was a great race from everyone. Alex did great, nice and consistent. Kyle in the first stint didn't get in any trouble. I mean, it was just the ultimate clean race, and then, paid off with the 3rd place. So.
And when you lost that bumper there, was there any worry that the gold car would be able to catch up to you and take the podium away?
Yeah, a little bit. There was no suspension damage or anything, and it didn't seem to affect the top end too much. That lapper in front of me actually towed me for a little while, so that helped. Maybe without that, would have been different, but it worked out.
Great race from you guys today, and thanks for coming out and supporting the ChampCar iRacing Series. Anyone you need to shout out today?
Yeah, of course, I'll always shout out Pinky's Out, who is my real ChampCar team. And I guess that'll be about it. Alex?
No, man, David, you covered it, man. I appreciate you guys putting on these events, and we'll keep doing them.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Haynes, you got the next ones?
Ismail was just there from second place Box 5 Motorsports Scarlet, and then he's gone and
There's
disappeared,
Ismail.
but now he's back. Congratulations on the second place there.
Yeah, that was a good race. Thank you.
I've got Logan Frey as well. Not seeing Sean though.
His portal maker, the guy
There
with
you go.
yeah.
So all three drivers from Box 5 Motorsports Scarlet, who finished second today in the ChampCar iRacing 4.5 hours of Laguna Seca, Ismail Ublal, Logan Fry, and Sean Fitzgerald. What was your initial thoughts then on how to split up a 4.5 hour race between three drivers?
Yeah, so yeah, I can go ahead, Sean.
Well, initially we were kind of looking at how to figure out our fuel strategy. Our setup wasn't totally ready for a full 45 liters tank, so we were trying to figure out at first, do we change the setup a little bit? Do we fuel save, or do we just just run with what we can and see what happens? But we ended up just taking the full 45 at the start and then working from there. And we just tried to see how much time each stint would be, how much fuel we'd be using and everything, and just how to divide that equally so that we could all put in our fair share of time in the car together.
First time we've seen a couple of you guys racing with us in ChampCar iRacing, so welcome and congrats. Tell us about Box 5.
So Box 5, yeah, so Box 5 was started like I think 3 to 4 years ago. We're just a bunch of friends who do iRacing, AC, and other sims. We just started it to have a team where we could run some events, do our own events, and just practice with each other and stuff like that. We do run in the iRacing special events. I don't do them much, but most of the Box 5 members participate in the Daytona 24, Petit Le Mans, Spa 24, stuff like that.
Well, congrats, guys. Great division of all of you to combine for that second place. And Logan, you owe them all because you picked up the most incident points.
Yeah, I also had the slowest pace, so I got to get back at it. So, it was a lot of fun. It's my first time doing something like this, and I haven't driven over an hour before, so it was exciting.
All's well that works out well. Congratulations, guys. Hopefully see you for more ChampCar iRacing this year and more endurance events next year.
Yeah, sure.
Yep. Thank you guys for hosting.
Okay, our second place guys there, and our winners very, very patiently standing by. Race winner for the second time in ChampCar iRacing Endurance, Jordan Johnson. Congrats.
Yeah, thank you. I'm exhausted. I expected to have a bigger break. I was eating my food, and suddenly I was throwing on my gloves as quick as I could to get back in the car.
I imagine that was a bit of an excitement for you. Was it just the caution that caught you
out? Yeah, just the caution. I mean, fortunately, I was sitting here ready to go. I was trying to enjoy my dinner, but that has long since passed. But after that, we kind of settled things out. Fortunately, we had our fuel numbers already ready to go on what we were expecting to do at the stop, so that kind of saved us being a bit proactive on that. And then it was just a matter of taking the battle to Josh, and even though he was getting, I think his laps were invalidated from passing drive time limit, but for us it was still, he was the main person we were driving against, especially pace wise. So it was just get up to him, have our fun, and let's go racing.
I'm glad you brought it up. We had some folks in the comments worried that you would be unhappy about racing with them, and we had to reassure that you folks were out there having a good time just like everyone else.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think I would have been kind of disappointed if you let me by and just went by. I would have understood if it was, say, the sporting thing to do. I wouldn't have argued about that. But I mean, we've battled each other quite hard. I believe last time out at the GR86s at Sebring, I want to say, when we had our photo finish. And I mean, I trust him. I believe he trusts me as well. So it was just fun to have a really hard, tough battle like that. And I think there was plenty of respect shown. We might have had a couple small incidents where we cut each other's nose off, or I might have squeezed him a little bit. It was still very, very fun.
Yeah, it was a great show for us too up here in the booth. I don't get to spend a lot of time watching really high end MX5 drivers, but you guys put on quite a show.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't get many opportunities to battle like that in MX5, so any chance I can, I will absolutely take that again.
Have you got any message from your co-driver Nancy to pass along?
I haven't gotten anything from them, but I do want to give them a big shout out and big thank you for all the work they put in. They did really all the administrative stuff last minute as we kind of decided to get together and run this race and make sure everything was set up and good to go. They ran all of our fuel numbers and everything ahead of times and made really my life quite easy of just effectively having to arrive and drive. So massive thanks to them. And the pace that they had was really, really strong. They were matching Soto pretty much all race. So I think between myself, Soto, and Nancy, we were really just kind of in a field of our own, and it was just run away with the race as much as we could.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Congratulations to the both of you.
Thank you.
There we have it. Speaking to our whole podium from the 4.5 hours of Laguna Seca. But that's not quite all that Devin has in mind.
Yeah, I decided to grab every single spinny boy that I could find so that we could congratulate them for the big championship victory. Good job, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I figure I probably got to ask questions one at a time, though. So, Austin, tell us, how are you feeling going into the race?
Going in today, I felt good, I guess. I was just trying to avoid a repeat of Mid-Ohio. Fortunately, I had a little bit more time between getting home and the start of my stint, so I got some warm-up laps in, so I wasn't jumping in completely cold. But I felt we had a good shot at the podium. So that was the goal today, I guess. Didn't quite get there, but happy to see the other spinny boy up there.
Mm-hmm. Was glad to see that you managed to keep it clean through the final stint this time, too.
Yes, yeah.
And who do I got to give some trouble to? Brian, were you worried at all as you were watching Tucker rack up the incident points out there?
A little bit. I was kind of egging him on to maybe try to end the race with 49. You unfortunately couldn't find the 49th. But it was a little worrying, but I gave him plenty. I did my job, so I was just going to let him do his thing.
And Tyler, is the cleanest racer of the bunch. How did it feel out there racing and staying on the track?
Oh, I was pretty frustrated being the cleanest racer of the bunch, but also looping it on the first lap and giving some damage to one of our teammates. That was a little bit frustrating. But I mean, like Brian said, I was just kind of trying to do my job and keep it clean and give a good incident buffer to some of the faster guys and, make sure we can get the best result we can overall.
Cheers to that. And Brooks, you didn't make this race. I'm assuming that you were the one responsible for running back and forth between the truck and the trailer, getting the bumpers for all the Spinny Boys cars.
Yeah. Well, I was actually on the green team.
Yeah,
so we got caught up in our fair share of little incidents and spins there as well. So, but yeah, it was fun running with the guys on green for this one, and then it's been a blast all season running the different combos and everything.
Well, it was a pleasure to have all you guys out. Thanks for a good season, and congratulations on the big win.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Awesome addition to the ChampCar iRacing series this year to have some team endurance races. And, it's great to have those, 1 hour sprint races on Wednesday nights that people can join and reward great driving there. But the sense we get speaking to as many drivers as we do is that people really do love for this, get together with some of their friends, get together with some of their teammates, be it their sim racing teammates or their real world ChampCar Endurance Series teammates, or indeed, as we've seen from today's race winners, make some new friends. There's something special to these team endurance races. it's great to be able to reward some of the drivers and teams from them this year.
Yeah, it's been a good show all the way around, and I look forward to continuing it on next year, and looking forward to the next few rounds. As I mentioned, November 22nd at VIR North and December 13th at Sebring in the Mustangs. Should be a good time for all of us. And we'll be able to crown our season-long champion, the winner of the $1,500 Champ Bucks, as well as doing some draws for our Best Be There Club prizes.
Yeah, that's right. Still plenty to happen. So make sure you get onto forum.champcar.org to get all the details on how to race with us. Join the Discord, and wherever you're watching, subscribe, because we'll be bringing you live coverage of all of the remaining ChampCar iRacing Series races this year as well. Been David Haynes with Devin Peters, Michael Derby. Congratulations to Foxtrot Racing, today's race winners, and to our season-long champions, the Spinny Boys. We'll see you for more endurance racing, but that's all from the ChampCar iRacing Series 4.5 hours of Laguna Seca.